Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to CPCECPR Conference 2024. My name is Shi Wen, you may call me Wen, and I'm Senior Lecturer of the Division of Languages and Communications, CPCE PolyU.
I'm Noble Lo, Lecturer of the Division of Languages and Communication, CPCE PolyU. On behalf of PolyU CPCE Center for Pedagogic Research, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you once again. We appreciate you take time off your busy schedule to join us today.
The title of our conference is Transforming Education to Build a Future-Ready Workforce, with 3 sub-themes. The first being AI and EdTech for transforming learning, teaching, and assessment in higher education. The second one is preparing students and graduates for the AI era. And our third sub-theme is digital literacy for teacher professional development.
To commence the conference, please welcome Professor Peter Yun, Dean of PolyU CPCE, to deliver the welcoming remarks. Professor Yun, please.
Good morning, my colleagues, distinguished speakers, students, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure to welcome you all to our campus, to CPCE Center for Pedagogical Research Conference. We are delighted to have all the PolyU senior colleagues responsible for teaching and learning here with us. If we have a terrorist attack on this campus this morning, it will wipe out the entire PolyU leadership on teaching and learning. I think PolyU would be in trouble. We have our Vice President for Education, Professor K.Y. Wong. We have also our new director for I Heard Institute for Higher Education Research and Development, Professor Hu. And of course, our good friend, Julia, from Director for EDC. And also our distinguished speakers here today with us. Well, CPCE has always prided ourselves for our good teaching. And we have good evidence to support this claim. Just looking at our students' SFQ, the average for both HKCC and SPEED, the average SFQ score is 4.3. So if you are a score of 4.0, I tell you, I'm sorry, you are below average. And we also participate in the iGrad, the International Student Barometer, every year. And the scores on students' experience on teaching and learning questions are always above international and Asian average. And we also track our HKCC students' performance after they progress to, let's say, PolyU senior year places, despite the fact that they probably score much poorly than those who were admitted to PolyU first year. But after 2 years in CPCE, the academic performance in terms of the GPA show no significant difference from those admitted from the first year. So we must have done something right during those 2 years. And if we look at also our success track record in attracting external funds on teaching and learning, I think we have been doing quite well. So just last year, we were able to attract 6.3 million from EDB from the QESS scheme, and then 22.5 million. I just signed this acceptance letter from Jockey Club, also on school design. So we have been also very successful in attracting external funding on education and teaching-related projects. However, with the rapid transformation of requirements in the workplace as a result of the proliferation of generative AI, we cannot be complacent, and I don't think we are too well prepared on that either. So we urgently need to decide how to strategically transform education in order to build a future-ready workforce. So we need to ensure that we can adequately prepare our students, our faculty members, as well as our administrative colleagues for this dynamic AI era. So that would include changes in curriculum, in approaches to learning and teaching, AI tools for research, assessment, and administrative support, and the associated staff training. While CPC has been very proactive in acquiring AI tools for our colleagues and students and in running training courses and promoting PolyU guidelines on the use of AI, I think there's still a lot of work to be done. So this two-day conference draws from extensive research practices and discussions within the academic community, within and outside CPCE, as well as with representatives in industry on how to best harness generative AI's potential. So we're very fortunate to have so many distinguished speakers to share their insights and findings with us in today and tomorrow. And let me thank them for taking time to come to our conference. I'd like to thank my colleagues for putting this conference together and for all of us joining here face-to-face and online on this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yun. Please take your seat. Now may I invite Professor C.W. Leung, Associate Dean, Research, and our advisor for CPCECPR to give us a welcome speech. Professor Leung, please. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable guests and colleagues. My welcome speech today is a little bit different from the usual welcome speech, because I want to make use of this period to let you know a little bit about our research work and also how to support the teaching, using our research work to support the teaching. So therefore, I hope to share with you some understanding of the ongoing research of us. To provide university education, we insist research underpinned and advancing teaching. So therefore, we very much appreciate the effort of our colleagues to concentrate on the research. Our research work, one of our research work is apply advanced technology to develop green future. So we are a bit aggressive, is to build the biggest green hub in Hong Kong in near future. So starting from 2018, PolyU CPCE have developed 5 research centers: aging and healthcare management, advanced design, materials and manufacturing technologies, green energy, transport and building, pedagogic research, and also green business. We develop our research focuses related to green technologies and buildings and business. These are some count of some of them. A cooling system using water as refrigerant. Green fuel, providing low carbon dioxide and monoxide. Green tourism, sustainable materials, learning-based aerial swarm, noise control with matter materials technology, and then charging problem of electric vehicles, sustainable and green business, and also finally application of AI and education technology for transforming education. So we can enhance the cooling by simply using a computer-aided cooler with water as refrigerant. So therefore, we will not use any harmful refrigerant at all. So far, we can produce air at the temperature of 19 degrees centigrade. The point is, we can apply the latent heat of vaporization from water to replace refrigerant. About green fuels, then we want to achieve carbon neutralization and also waste to energy by using green fuel. You all know that hydrocarbon fuel contains hydrogen and carbon. Carbon burns to carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide. Hydrogen only burns to water vapor. So therefore, it is much desirable to burn fuel with low carbon. But light hydrocarbon fuels are very expensive and also high risk to handle and burn hydrogen. So therefore, it is not yet so popular. One of our recent focus is to convert the landfill gas to biomethane. Green tourism. Hong Kong, in fact, have a rich mix of cultural living. Buddhists, Christians, and so on. And we also have the East and West cultural festivals. Christmas, Dragon Boat, Easter, and so on. So therefore, we can make use of that. And also, we emphasize on how to carry out the hotel green practices, which include minimize the negative effects on the environment, reduce energy and water consumptions, use renewable sources and recycle waste, conduct the sustainability audits. So these photos I get it from the websites from Hong Kong, and perhaps you know some of them. We also developed the sustainable materials. As you know, composite materials having excellent mechanical strength and fire retardant ability, but fire retardant ability is poor. So therefore, one of our ongoing development is the hybrid polymers, hoping to get something which is strong in mechanical strength, such as bending. They are eco-friendly, sustainable, and renewable. And we can improve the fire retardant ability, and they are ideal materials for the parts of aircraft, building, and car. We also study the so-called UAV, that is the learning-based aerial swarm, a group of UAV. And we use it to fight the hill fires. So one fleet patrol to detect the emitting smoke, another fleet equipped with fire extinguisher control the fire. These systems can position themselves at different land conditions. So this is a very good application of AI and also cloud-technology. You may have about the materials technology many times. And in fact, we are making use of that to combine all the very small parts together to build up what we want. So one purpose may be to achieve the noise control with that technology. We can build the so-called Fano resonance elements which give excellent noise barrier. So the ongoing test shows us that the ventilation noise barrier allows fresh air to pass through, but stop the noise. So therefore, we're saying that, okay, this is a go and low go. So fresh air, go. Noise, low go. So therefore, we are hoping that we can achieve a zero noise level. But whether we are successful or not, then please watch. I cannot guarantee at this moment. And then another is how to solve the charging problem of the electric vehicles. We want to achieve, that is to recharge our EV, our electric vehicles in the charging station, as well as on the road, using the charging robot. And then we may also change the whole battery panels directly. Our target is to make the EV recharging in Hong Kong a convenient and user-friendly task. We developed the Green Business Research Center last year, and we are focused on sustainable supply chain, green accountancy and finance, green consumer organization behavior. In each of them, we are focusing on at least 2 major areas. For example, in the sustainable supply chain, then we're focusing on the wastage reduction and also the green practices in transportation and distribution. So there's a number of projects are ongoing, and in this area, we also apply AI, the cloud technology, so on and so forth. So again, another very good area for us to apply that. Then finally, this is only starting. We want to start how to integrate the technologies with education. So therefore, how to integrate the AI and education technology to transform our education. I see that there's 2 levels. For the level 1, then how to teach the fundamental and application knowledge and skills, which are related to the AI, VR, and cloud technologies. We can do it via our subject contents and assignments. How to apply appropriate education technology to deliver, to help our delivery. How to assess students' learning and understanding. And most important, the resources required. We need resources. And then for the level 2, there's a level up. And this time, how to teach the practical and advanced knowledge and skills. We will focus on the AI, VR, and cloud technologies related to the discipline. So therefore, that's why I fully feel that we should integrate it with the other areas like engineering, like healthcare, business, so on and so forth. So I think fully integration is the key word. We can do it through the subject contents and project works. Apply real-life problem as teaching materials, such that our students after graduation, they know how to apply, they know how to solve the real-life problem related to the community. And then how to develop and assess the learning outcomes. What do we want to achieve? At this moment, we also ask our students to serve as student helpers in part of our research projects. So I hope I have provided you a very brief account of the research work that we are doing at this moment. I look forward to learning from you. Today we have experts from the other universities, and therefore I look forward to that. Please share with us such that we can learn from you. So in that case, may I say thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Leung. Now, we are very pleased to have the Honourable Chu Kok Keung, Member of Legislative Council, Functional Constituency Education, and Vice President of Hong Kong Federation of Education Workers to deliver the keynote address. Let us give Mr. Chu a warm round of applause.
Good morning, Professor Peter Yuen, Professor C.W. Leung, Dr. Jason Chen, MHJP, Dr. Esther Tong, distinguished guests, and friends. I feel incredibly privileged and honored to give this keynote address at the start of the CPCECPR Conference 2024. Although I can't join you physically, I'm certain that this important event, organized by the College of Professional and Continuing Education Center for Pedagogic Research at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, brings together valuable ideas and innovations that are shaping the future of higher education. Firstly, I want to offer my heartfelt congratulations to everyone involved in making this conference happen. Your hard work and dedication in planning such a comprehensive program show your commitment to excellence in teaching and educational research. I hope this conference goes smoothly and successfully, with fruitful discussions and groundbreaking outcomes. The theme of this year's conference is extremely relevant and crucial. As education continues to evolve, the role of technology and innovative teaching methods becomes increasingly important. The conference will focus on AI and EdTech for transforming learning, preparing students for AI era, and advancing digital literacy for teaching development. This area demonstrates the forward-thinking approach for CPCECPR. These initiatives are essential for nurturing a generation that is not only skilled in their respective fields, but also adaptable to future challenges. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and distinguish speakers gathered here. Your expertise and dedication in your fields are truly inspiring. Your research and insights provide the foundation for more effective education frameworks and strategies. To all the participants, I hope you have an enlightening experience filled with thoughts and ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now having a photo-taking session. This is going to be an extended period of time, so I need your patience and smile.
Okay. Could we first please ask Professor David Callis, Professor Yun, please. Yeah, so we don't have to take a picture at this moment, so we all get the souvenirs, and we shake hands, of course. Makes me want to come over and shake hands. And then Professor Gail Forey. Dr. Xu Huiwen. Dr. Julia Chen. Dr. Benjamin Morehouse. Professor Emily Chen. Dr. Wendy Lee. And Mr. Alex Hung, MH. Fantastic. Thank you, thank you.
Coming up is our next keynote, section number 1, under the sub-theme AI and EdTech for transforming learning, teaching, and assessment in higher education. Dear moderator, could you please introduce the keynote speaker, Professor David Cullis. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So we are two moderators here. We'll be moderating this morning session. I have Dr. Bilal with me here, and I'm Anand. So our first keynote speaker today is Professor David Cullis, Head of Academic Unit of Social Contexts and Policies of Education at the Faculty of Education, University of Hong Kong. He has worked in Hong Kong for more than 35 years and specializes in assessment and feedback in higher education. He was the winner of a University Outstanding Teaching Award in 2016, and he has extensively published. Today, he's going to talk on student competencies for productive use of generative AI. So let's welcome Professor David Cullis.
Hello, everybody, and it's nice to be here. So what do students need to be able to do with generative AI in order to be effective in the present and in the future? So I'm going to share some data and try to interpret the data and try and present a provisional framework or set of competencies to try to address the question that I have here on the screen. What are the student competencies for productive use of generative AI? That is the plan. I'm going to present it in the format of a research paper or a doctoral thesis, the conventional kind of approach. I'll start with the theory and the literature. I'll talk about the data collection, the data analysis. I'll share relatively briefly the findings. And then in the last 10 minutes or so, I will try and bring out some broader points or some implications. So in terms of the theoretical underpinnings, I tend to feel that self-regulated learning can be a useful way of us trying to understand how learners approach tasks, how learners monitor their approach to tasks, and how learners reflect on how they're doing. And I think this is a useful theory to try to shed light on the phenomenon of learning in general and also learning with generative AI. There's quite a degree of consensus in the self-regulated learning literature that these are some of the typical steps that learners will go through. They will have some kind of goals. Now, their goals could be relatively superficial, I just want to get this assignment done, or they can be somewhat more serious in trying to achieve excellence, trying to achieve a high standard. But I think in any kind of work we're doing, we have some kind of goal. Then we have our learning strategies. And I think learning strategies are vitally important. And I think sometimes as teachers, we spend too much time teaching content and not enough time teaching learning strategies and helping students to develop sophisticated learning strategies. Then when we've performed a task, we generally have some kind of superficial or more in-depth reflection on how we've performed and what are the implications for the future. And I think these steps are relevant to learning in general, but also relevant to generative AI, in that when you ask generative AI a question, you have some kind of goal. You may be looking for information, you may be looking for ideas, you may be looking for a structure for a piece of your writing. So we are going through in some kind of format these kind of steps. I think we also know that students generally are not particularly sophisticated in self-regulation, that although it's a vital part of learning and development and improving, it isn't that easy to do effectively, and they need some kind of support or scaffolding or advice. One format in which that can occur is through co-regulation. The social interaction, especially with more capable others. So, for example, if students are working in a group, they're doing some kind of group project, for the group to function effectively, and as you know, this often doesn't happen, but for the group to function effectively, the students need to be setting goals and not only regulating their individual activity, but regulating their collective activity. And I have an idea in the generative AI space that actually at the moment we're spending too much time interacting with generative AI individually on our own, in our own working space. And actually, if we were doing it in a pair, where we could pool ideas and pool resources, and if we have a pair working with generative AI, my assumption is one is going to be more sophisticated than the other. They could be brainstorming the prompts. They could be interpreting the outputs of generative AI. So I think co-regulation or collaborative use of generative AI could be a useful tool for us to add to our strategies. The literature I'm going to review very briefly is integrated and coherent with the findings that I will later present. So when you see a topic in literature, you know I'm going to expand on it in the findings and discussion. We've had this new phrase that we've been using a lot in the last 18 months or so. If I'd said to you 3 years ago, prompt engineering, you wouldn't have known what I'm referring to, but you do now because it's been part of our vocabulary. And it's defined by Walter as the strategic crafting of inputs to elicit desired response. And I quite like that definition because it's got the word strategic, that the quality of the prompts to generative AI are exceptionally important in enabling it to generate the kind of outputs we're looking for. And it's got the word crafting. I think if you're like me, the first time you ask generative AI something, you just put in the first question that came into your mind. So we need to be strategic in the prompts, and we need to craft them in order to get the kind of responses that we're looking for. And I guess in the last 18 months, I've heard a lot of people, students and staff say, well, it doesn't give me anything very useful. When I ask a question to ChatGPT, I'm not satisfied with the answer. And I think the reason they're not satisfied with the answer is because the quality of the prompts, the quality of the prompt engineering wasn't there. And for example, one of the things we're encouraged to do is to set the scene or to give generative AI a role, such as assume you're an expert in a certain domain and now I want you to do this task. And it seems the more background information you give the generative AI before you hit the button, the better chance you are of getting a quality prompt, quality output. Secondly, one of the unique human capacities is the ability to make a critical appraisal of a work of art, some food, a glass of wine. These abilities to make sophisticated judgments are relevant to many domains of our life, but also very relevant to how we interpret generative AI outputs. So we've asked our question, we've done our prompt, generative AI has given us an output. We then need to make some evaluative judgment as to the quality of the output, the accuracy, what kind of follow-up questions we need to ask, whether we need to ask the same question to a different generative AI tool, whether we need to go to Google, our classmates, our teachers, our textbooks, in order to verify the output. So that's evaluative judgment. Thirdly, Jess Luo, formerly a PhD student in Hong Kong U, now assistant professor in Education University, she wrote this very interesting article about 6 or 9 months ago, talking about originality in students' work and how plagiarism now means different things to what it did in the past. In that student academic writing now is a co-construction between generative AI and students. I have a feeling now, this semester, any assignment you receive from students, I don't think it will ever be 100% the student work. It's going to be some percentage of student work and some percentage of generative AI inputs. And you may have your own dream or your own aspiration that you would like it to be 70% or 80% the student, but it could range, as you can imagine, quite dramatically. So we have this new element of co-creation, and then there's ownership. Does the student really own the piece of work? If it's 10% them, 80 to 90% generative AI. Finally, in terms of literature review, 18 months ago, ChatGPT burst onto the scene, and we were all having to learn how to adapt to it, how to use it, experiment with it. So the question I pose to you is, how do we learn new skills? And I've suggested a number of strategies there. And I guess with ChatGPT, when you observe how an expert is using it, you maybe go to YouTube and you see some videos, you may be listening to some lectures, but then you also talk to your friends, your colleagues, your classmates, and we practice, and then we reflect, and then we do it again. And I think it's becoming clear that over time, academic staff, students are becoming somewhat more sophisticated, or perhaps I should say somewhat less unsophisticated in using generative AI. And I'm suggesting those are some of the strategies we go through. So now I will just briefly outline the method for the research. I'm trying to answer this research question that I've signaled at the outset. I've been working on this for about 9 months now, so it's still work in progress, but I'm hoping it's at a reasonably mature stage. I have a lot of interview data with Hong Kong U undergraduate students. They mainly come from the disciplines of science, medicine. Science and medicine I have the most data from. I also have data from education and from social science. So I have a lot of individual interview data, focus group interview data, some of it collected by me, but most of it collected by my collaborators, many of whom are students. And you might like to ponder whether students will be more frank when they're speaking to another student as to when they were speaking to me or somebody else. To supplement the interview data, I was also able to persuade a number of undergraduate students in Hong Kong U to send me a screenshot of them using generative AI with a voiceover explaining what they were doing. And they also send me the transcript so I can see the questions they asked to generative AI, the generative AI answers, and they also explain to me what they did. So in other words, to try to triangulate with the interview data, I've also got evidence of actual use of generative AI. And to cut a long story short, I can see already there's a trend that students are getting much more skillful in doing this. But if I had to be critical, I would say they're still generally not particularly sophisticated in the prompts and the follow-up and the use of generative AI. I also have some expert interviews that I've done with experts in the field. I've interviewed them via Zoom for about 45 minutes or an hour. For the purpose of today, I'm only going to share the student interviews. That's where I've made the most progress. In terms of analyzing the data, it's a combination of deductive and inductive analysis, which I think is probably in reality what we generally do when we're faced with data, that we've done our literature review, we've got our prior thinking and our prior concepts. That's the deductive side of it. But we're also open to new insights, new ideas in the data. And one of the outputs or the outcomes of this kind of analysis is to present a number of themes, usually 3, 4, or 5. And I'm going to offer 4 themes in the next part. One of the challenges in reflexive thematic analysis is naming your themes, and I'm still hedging my bets a little bit, so if you wonder why there's a left-hand side and a right-hand side, it's because I'm still not entirely sure how to name my themes. But the first one is in this space of the dialogue, the interaction with the generative AI. And already I think this is quite interesting because we've got prompt engineering in terms of generative AI. But in my view, this in some way duplicates or resonates with regular human-to-human dialogue, in that if you're a student and you're having a conversation with your supervisor, or if you're a teacher and you're having a tutorial, there's this to and fro of question and answer, trying to negotiate meaning, trying to understand what the other person is looking for, and then you're trying to give them some advice that can move them forward. So to me, there's a strong parallel between dialogic interaction between humans and dialogue or prompt engineering between generative AI and humans. The second theme, that evaluative judgment. What do you do when you've got the generative AI data? Well, you presumably go through some kind of form of judgment or critical thinking. The third theme, obviously as educators, we want students to be able to achieve the intended learning outcomes. We want to feel confident that when they pass our assignments, that they have the knowledge and skills that they are supposed to be having. So obviously we are concerned if they're outsourcing 80 or 90% or 100% of assignments to generative AI. So we've got this conundrum of self-reliance, avoiding over-reliance, ownership of generative AI. The fourth theme I'm calling technical expertise. In other words, an understanding of the different generative AI tools, an understanding of how large language models work, what are their strengths and limitations, maybe the skills to switch from one generative AI tool to another, fitting the purpose you're trying to achieve. And within that theme, there's a further sub-theme of how do we learn effectively to use generative AI? How do we get better over time? What I'll do very briefly is I will just show some of the data from the students with a relative minimum of commentary, because I think they are fairly self-explanatory. So the prompt engineering, you don't want to be running in a circle. You need accurate prompts, yes. So there's a technique language-wise. So the language we use in the prompts is going to affect the quality of the outputs from generative AI. Second theme, the verification, the evaluative judgment, the critical thinking. This quote suggests you need to have some disciplinary knowledge. Yes. But what about the students who are a little bit weaker and they don't have the disciplinary knowledge? How are they going to learn how to use the generative AI outputs? The student says, well, I always read more than one source. Yes, well, a good strategy, you go to Google, you go to textbook, you go to your teacher. But I guess we can't do that for every single output from generative AI. So presumably that's a second layer of judgment, when I'm going to verify the source or when I'm going to accept what the generative AI is saying. And again, the role of prior knowledge, I think, is going to be important. Critical thinking, being able to detect fake information, check reliability of source, ethical considerations. I have another thought that maybe critical thinking is an overarching concept. For the purpose of this presentation, I'm including it within theme 2, judgment, critical thinking, verification. But there was some sense in some of the data that students felt critical thinking was the key competency for effective use of generative AI. The third theme, self-reliance. You need to put in the effort, you need to think about what you're doing, you need to do something first, not just rely on generative AI. This quote, I think, quite interesting and resonates with Jess Loir's paper. If I'm the student and I've actually asked all the right questions to generative AI and generative AI has generated all its outputs, this student still thinks that he is the author because he's the one who's asked the questions, controlled it, modified it. And I think that links very well with the idea that now that any assignment is a collaboration, a co-authorship between generative AI and a student. There was less data on the technical expertise kind of theme, but how the large language models work, appreciating the range of tools. And I think this student is on the right track, that actually this is a key skill for a university student, to know how to use the different search engines, Google Scholar, the different databases, the different generative AI tools. And actually, this is a great skill as a researcher, to be able to access and interpret materials. In terms of learning how to use generative AI, they talked about experimentation, trial and error, learning from different people, learning from friends, classmates, going to the internet, looking for various materials. Okay, so now I'll come into what I hope is quite a rich part of the presentation, the discussion section. And I'm very interested in any feedback you have. I mean, as I say, this is work in progress, so if you can catch me sometime during the conference, I'll be here today, I'll be here tomorrow. So if you have any insights for me, I'd very much welcome them. But one of the things that's been going through my mind for a number of months now is, what are the similarities and differences between the competencies we need for generative AI and the broader higher education competencies? If we think of critical thinking, if we think of judgment, if we think of motivation, if we think of self-regulation, these are all generic higher education competencies. So it seems to me there is quite a powerful interface between the learning strategies that you need to use generative AI effectively and the learning skills you need for success in university or in life. And the only one I can particularly see as a distinction is the technical expertise box, in that the technical expertise theme of how large language models work and understanding and appreciating the different generative AI tools and deploying them for a specific task. That seems to be somewhat specific to generative AI rather than the other ones that seem to me to be relatively common between the two, if I can say it in that way. And also, self-regulated learning is, I think, a human capacity that the machine doesn't have. So I think self-regulation and co-regulation could also be distinctly human capacities. Some of you will know that for 20 years or so I've been a feedback researcher, so I'd like to say a few things about feedback. When I started this work more than a year ago, I imagined, and I was incorrect, but I imagined that students would use generative AI for feedback. So I thought they would perhaps prepare a draft of their assignment and then submit the draft to generative AI. If they're a bit more sophisticated, they might even put the rubric there, and they might say to generative AI, can you give me some comment that I can use to enhance this assignment? That's what I thought they might do. In my data, they seldom seem to do that. Some of them seem to hesitate to input their documents to generative AI. They're worried a little bit about ownership, whether they might be caught doing something wrong. I think also, you know, students, sometimes students, when they finished an assignment, they just want to hand it in, get it done, and then go and relax and have some food. So some of the students said to me, well, when I finish the assignment, I don't care anymore. I just want to get it submitted, particularly for some course that are lower priority. So it seems that what they're using generative AI for in my data are for brainstorming, for generating ideas, clarifying concepts. Some of them are using it for proofreading, and I think that's a perfectly useful strategy. but they don't seem to be using it in the way I envisaged in terms of feedback. But you may have students who are doing that, and I'm not saying that no students are using generative AI for feedback, but I'm saying in my data it's not the primary usage. So I suppose my question is, what are the added values of human feedback as opposed to generative AI feedback? Because the generative AI has infinite patience, it has infinite time, it never gets tired, it never gets too busy. It will never say to you, sorry, I need to work on my research, I haven't got time to give you feedback on this. So what is the added value of human feedback? And the image is meant to demonstrate that in terms of the relational. I don't think generative AI is often going to inspire you or give you a great sense of care or respect or trust. And it doesn't really give the impression that it's got a burning desire to help you to improve. It doesn't really have our best interests at heart in the same way a really good human partner could have. So I think it's the relational aspect of human feedback that is the added value that humans can offer as opposed to generative AI. Now, I suppose some teachers have been thinking over the last year or so, marking is the most boring part of teacher jobs, it's time consuming. Can we outsource the marking to generative AI? Now, I have an open mind, but I don't think that's a very good strategy, because the student has probably already got as much help from generative AI as they wanted, so they don't really want any more help from generative AI. But secondly, it neglects the relational, the human elements of feedback. But having said that, I'm not in favor of you doing more marking, and if anything, I think teachers in higher education do more marking that is useful. And the reason I think they do too much marking is when the assignment is finished, the feedback is relatively empty and lifeless. I think whatever feedback or processes you're going to do, it should be during the course before the final assignment is submitted. Once the final assignment is submitted, it's really too late for any useful feedback process. But that was a long story on feedback, and welcome questions on that. In the last few minutes or so, I'm going to share some key implications for practice, because we have many teachers in the audience. If you remember, one of my earlier themes was around prompt engineering and a suggestion that probably users of generative AI, either students or teachers, are not particularly sophisticated in asking effective prompts. And it made me think back to just over 30 years ago, 1991, 1992, I was a part-time English language instructor in Hong Kong Baptist University, and the course coordinator gave me some advice on how I should teach the topic of academic reading. So, you know, when students come into university, we want to teach them how to do academic writing, how to do academic reading, how to read journal articles, how to skim and scan and attract meaning. And what he asked me to do, the course coordinator, he said, give the students a reading text and then ask them to imagine the writer of the passage is going to visit the class. What two questions would they like to ask to the writer of a particular text? And I thought that was an excellent activity, because it forces the students to get a global understanding of the text. It encourages them to do a little bit of critical thinking. It's got a little simulation of authenticity. If the writer was there, what might you say to them? And another beauty of it is you cannot just lift a sentence from the text and give it. You have to use your own brain power. And you can imagine students were not very good at doing this because nobody had ever taught them to do that before. You know, schooling teaches students to answer questions, not to ask questions. Even worse, the kind of questions we ask them are usually relatively superficial and low level. We should be generating and asking ourselves more higher order questions. But even more importantly, we should be training our students to generate higher order questions in relation to any text they're exposed to. Now, we know our students are driven by assessment, and if we give them a really interesting activity, but there's no assessment marks for it, they may not do it so seriously. So I think not only should we teach students how to ask questions, I think we should also assess them on these questions. And I have an example from the Faculty of Social Science, Hong Kong U, a teacher who's teaching sociology, and each week he assigns a set reading to the students. And I think, again, you know it's not easy to get students to do the readings. So what he does is he assigns, I think, 2 or 3 students every week to try to generate 2 higher order questions. And he has a rubric and he has some examples. And then the students write a little rationale for their question, and they have the question. And he gives them 10% of the assessment grade for the course. I'd quite like to put it up to 20% because, again, I worry if it's 10%, students will not take it so seriously. But to me, this is very important. And I think it's always been important. But with prompt engineering and generative AI, I think now teaching students and assessing them on how to generate meaningful questions, maybe even encourage a dialogue, is a particularly important skill. Secondly, and more briefly, evaluative judgment, the verification of outputs. I'm a believer in the use of exemplars, different samples, more than one sample. They can be of different quality. An exemplar doesn't need to be exemplary. You can have a range of different performance. But I think the using of a rubric or the co-creation of a rubric are very important to enable students to understand how academics make judgments, how they can make judgments about the quality of their work and that of others, and how they can make judgments about the quality of generative AI outputs. Thirdly, we're still at a relatively early or mid-stage in using generative AI. So how do we get better? And I think we get better through sharing. Conferences like this are great. Talking to each other, going to YouTube, trying to understand how people are using generative AI effectively. And I have a feeling demonstration could be very powerful. I'm not a sophisticated user of generative AI yet, and I think if I could just see a very expert professor, a researcher using it for research purposes, whether it was a YouTube video or whether they were sitting alongside me, I think this would really, really make a difference. So I'm wondering whether there can be live demonstrations in classes. You could brainstorm with your students the prompts. You could then see the generative AI outputs. You could then evaluate them. You could then plan your next move. One of my expert informants said to me, the best thing you can end a conversation with generative AI is to ask generative AI, what should I do next in this topic? And I think that's a nice idea, that a kind of continuous development strategy. Okay, I'm just about to conclude. So what I've tried to share is some data and some interpretations and some of my own thoughts and some from the literature that suggested that dialogue, the asking of questions, the follow-up of questions, the crafting of the prompts, and the appreciation of the prompts is increasingly important. I've drawn a link to the idea of prompt engineering with dialogic interaction, going back to Socrates and many theorists and other researchers who've looked at the role of dialogue, classroom dialogue, online dialogue. So I've emphasized the role of dialogue, the role of evaluative judgment, and I've suggested that we need to continue collaborating with students, with teachers, with other researchers, with other professors, collaborating in the use of generative AI. And I'm guessing that some of our students are highly sophisticated in the use of generative AI. Certainly the most sophisticated Hong Kong U students I've talked to really are extremely skillful in its use, because I think they have a very strong motivation to do it. And even the ones who initially were not enthusiastic, they would say to us, I would like to do it on my own, but I'm worried that my other classmates will get a competitive advantage over me. They're all using it, so I have to use it. But it's a great tool in my view, and I think it has fantastic potential. The very final words are assessment redesign. I haven't addressed that talk today. I think Julia's going to talk about it tomorrow. I think other people are going to talk about it. I've also talked about this topic in other venues. But it is a topic that's very dear to my heart. And just to sketch very briefly, I'm wondering whether interactive oral assessment now becomes even more salient than in the past. We've often asked students to do oral presentations, but I'm wondering whether interactive oral assessment becomes even more central. I'm wondering how we can assess process as much as product. Because if you imagine the generative AI can produce a product that could be the similar product for student A and student B, but one of those students might have gone through a much richer process of interacting with the generative AI, searching for other materials, reflecting. And I think we've always felt this with student work, that the product doesn't always enable us to get a full appreciation of the process they went through, the false starts they made, the deletions, the feedback they may have generated. But assessing process as well as product is complicated, it's time-consuming, but I think it's something that we probably need to grapple with. And then finally, I'm wondering about more co-creation of assessment with students. I have a kind of optimistic belief that if the student really enjoys the assignment, finds it inspiring, and it really relates to their own interests and their own passions, then they'd be more likely to delegate most of the work to generative AI in a not so fruitful way. So I think if we co-construct rich, authentic, interesting assignments with our students in different formats. They could be podcasts, they could be websites, they could be videos, they could be interactive, they could be producing something meaningful to the student. And then to do some of those things, I think we need to reduce the quantity of assessment. I think we have too much assessment. And the students always tell me, when they don't like the assessment or when they're under the pressure of deadlines, that's when they delegate a lot of the work to generative AI. So I think reducing assessment could be a win-win, both in terms of satisfaction, in terms of richer learning outcomes, and in terms of reducing the likelihood that students are making inappropriate use of generative AI. So that's it for me, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. Now we welcome questions from the audience that's present here, and then we'll take questions from the online audience if we have any. Please, yeah.
Hello, Professor David Callis. I'm Angela from the Divisions of Languages and Communications. Thank you very much for your insightful sharings today of your findings. I'm very interested in your topics. Since the generate AI, they're well trained and they also learned from the users. However, our students, they're not well trained. First of all, they don't know how to draft high quality prompts. The other ways is they don't know how to generate internal feedback. That means they need to reflect themselves whether their work can be improved by the collaborations with the AI. Therefore, should we, the teachers or the educators, also maybe collaborate to each other, and then we can deliver some guidance to students so that they can learn how to best use the AI. Thank you very much.
Yes. So I think that in class we should have a problem, and then we should say to the students in the whole class context, we could maybe put them in pairs and we could ask them to generate some prompts that we could use to ask generative AI. So you could pool the prompts. Maybe that could be the first occasion, and then you could see how it goes. I think on the second occasion, you could introduce the more sophisticated prompting strategies, such as setting the scene and setting the context, giving the generative AI a role to play, encouraging it to take things step by step. It seems that the more guidance you give, the better the outputs. And then I think once you put the questions to generative AI, then you can show on the screen the generative AI outputs. And then again, you could put the students in pairs to maybe discuss what they make of what it said, what would be their follow-up questions. So yes, I think there needs to be a guided demonstration done in class by the teachers. That's assuming we as teachers have the expertise to do these things, but I hope we do with some support. And it could be you invite a brilliant colleague to come in and collaborate with you to do that kind of thing. As far as I know, some teachers are doing those kind of activities, and I welcome sharing of examples. But to me, that would be some of the things that we would do. And I've done that kind of thing in my classes, and it seems to be quite eye-opening and quite useful. And in the whole class context, you always have students of a range of different abilities in terms of experience and use of generative AI. And I think opening it up into the classroom context is a good part of our strategies.
Hello, Professor Collis. I'm Nick from the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Thank you very much for the talk. I have questions about the preliminary results and discussions that you have made on the students' part. In particular, one of the comments that you've made is about the feedback. You talk about that the students seems to be not really using generative AI tools for generating feedback. My questions or comments or that would be is, do you actually have some, let's say, some quantitative data, or when you do the qualitative coding, have you noticed anything perhaps such as linking students' self-rated or their self-perceptions of using generative AI to different tasks? Because what I would be assuming, let's say, depending on how well that the students can use, that they would find whether, let's say, generating feedback useful or not. For example, let's say if I believe everyone in this lecture theatre has no problem using Gen AI to do proofreading, because that requires a quite low-level prompting techniques. But then let's say if we start to need to get to critically, or summarizing the article, we can do that, but start to critically evaluate the article, let's say that would start to require higher prompting techniques. And whether students would find certain component, let's say whether the feedbacks are useful or not, quite depending on whether they believe themselves that they can actually use the tool. So I'm just wondering, do you have any quantitative data that might support there will be correlations, or maybe a qualitative data that you seem to see that are students when they talk about I'm not proficient with that, and they tend to also be speaking, they don't really use feedback, or maybe on the other hand, you're very good students in medical schools, they tend to say, I find feedback is very useful, I also very proficient users. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm a qualitative researcher. I like to interpret and understand things, so I'm not collecting quantitative data, and I don't have quantitative data, and I'm not going to. But in terms of the feedback, I mean, I have a lot of data, so there are some examples of students using generative AI for feedback. One of them said they don't really believe in the generative AI feedback because they think the teacher who's going to be the marker will have different views and different interpretations. A lot of them, as you know, use it for generating ideas or for structuring ideas. So a very common strategy is the students write a few sentences and then they ask the generative AI to elaborate. The students find generative AI good at structuring work, so they often use it to structure their ill-formed ideas. They often ask it questions and then it generates the outputs. So in terms of the feedback, it's almost the other way round, that they ask the generative AI to do something, the generative AI gives them a paragraph, and then they're kind of doing self-feedback in they change the wordings or they ask it to do something again because it didn't give them what they were hoping for. I seem to recall there was some evidence in the data that students used it sometimes for feedback, but not that much in the way I think of feedback. But for my work, I mean, sometimes I would give generative AI an abstract and say, can you comment on this abstract? How can you improve it? Once I pasted in some of the draft findings of a paper I was working on, and I said, analyze this through the conceptual framework I was using. This was a strategy I learned from a seminar, and I found it gave me some quite useful ideas. So I've been using it for feedback because I like to write my own words, and I feel satisfied in writing my own text and my own words, so I don't ask it to write things for me. Yeah, Orlando.
Thank you, Professor David. So I'm asking for your comments regarding our very similar research in Malaysia. So last semester, we have a class, statistic introductory class for linguistic PhD students. So even though the PhD students in linguistic, they had very poor knowledge about statistics. So we asked the student, we divided students into two parts. One part to do the peer feedback to check their results with their peers, and one part to use the advanced features of ChatGPT and to check the statistics results. So the result and their comments, their feedback turned out to be like, for peer feedback, they tend to think, oh, my peer, maybe they are not better than us, so they could not tell us like what we should do for the further statistic check or a more sophisticated approach. And for ChatGPT, they just doubt the result, the accuracy of this kind of ChatGPT feedback. So what is your comments like when we want to develop the students' evaluative judgment using peer feedback or like ChatGPT, but finally we find that both methods have like drawbacks? Yes.
I think the value of peer feedback is quite subtle and quite misunderstood. The value of peer feedback is not that your peer is miraculously going to give you some fantastic insight. The value of peer feedback is more in when you evaluate somebody else's work, you are generating a self-generated insight into how you might tackle the work. So, for example, we all peer review, or many of us peer review for journals. The reason we're willing to peer review for journals, even though it's extra work and it's time consuming, is that when we see how somebody else approaches a journal article, we get insights into our own production. So the value of peer feedback lies in the comparisons that you naturally make between the thing you're observing and your own performance. So when we go to conferences, we notice how the presenter presents, what their slides look like, how long they go on for, how they handle the Q&A. And I think we compare and contrast that with our own performance. And then I think we often adapt in the light of our experiences. So to me, that's the key element of peer feedback. But I don't think students necessarily appreciate that. And I don't think students realize that, because we haven't done a good job in explaining it to them and teaching it to them. So I suppose in your example, Orlando, with the peer feedback and the generative AI feedback, I suppose that what we need to do is in the evaluative judgment box, in other words, that we're teaching students what is quality in our discipline, and we're giving them examples and criteria of quality. So I think to be a good engineer, you need to get a sense of what it is to be a quality engineer, a quality doctor, so whatever your profession. So I think that we should be doing more to kind of unpack some of the tacit knowledge around quality. And then these are examples that are interpreted. And I think if students interpret the peer feedback or the Gen AI feedback in groups, then you as the teacher can help to scaffold and interpret some of the judgments that are going on.
So.
Yeah, I can hear.
Thank you. My question has to do actually with, actually it's a two-part question, but you mentioned the themes that had come out from your research. And I'm curious about judging critical thinking. And you mentioned that this was something that the students said was important. I guess my first question is, was that whole critical thinking about not being caught? Was that one of the issues? And my second part of the question is about motivation. Maybe I'm old school, but I keep thinking Gen AI is not going to be helping student motivation in learning, especially since there's this overall sort of rush to get work done at the end of the semester. Hence, I want to get this done. I want to get it over and done with. Could you speak a little bit about what the research said about motivation and about judgment on the students' part, their critical thinking, and not being caught? Was that something that came up from your research?
Yeah, thanks. So one of the key questions we asked is what are the students' competencies for effective use of generative AI? And in one of the focus groups, critical thinking was one of the key themes. And a lot of the students says critical thinking is the fundamental essence of using generative AI effectively. So for the purpose of theme 2, I've linked critical thinking with evaluative judgment. But on reflection, I'm wondering whether I should call that evaluative judgment and leave critical thinking as another theme or as an overarching strategy. In relation to your other point about the cheating, yes, the students were very concerned about this, and a lot of them said one of the strategies in doing an assignment is to position your writing in such a way that Turnitin won't catch you. And some of them said, well, I'm worried about doing this because I might be caught cheating. One of them said, the university should tell us what is their policy on how they're trying to catch us, because if they tell us how we're trying to catch us, then we can adopt strategies to avoid being caught. So the students have thought about the issue of cheating and being caught in quite a lot of detail. In terms of motivation, I think you're right. This is a concern also to me that it does seem that now the students are thinking, well, generative AI can save my time. It can make it more efficient just to get this assignment done. And I think that's my theme 3 of reliance, over-reliance. And I think it is a worry. But I think the challenge is for us as humans to motivate them and inspire them. But I think there's a challenge particularly in the assessment design space. And I think it's our fault. It's our fault that there are too many assessments. And it's our fault that at this time of year, the students can hardly think or do anything because they're so busy finishing assignment after assignment after assignment. I'm afraid we give them too many assignments to do. The assignments are too long, and they are too jam-packed at a specific time of the semester. So for the average student, if there is a tool that's going to simplify this burden, a further problem is a lot of our assignments are not very interesting and not very inspiring. Or they may be interesting and inspiring to us, but not to the student. One of the students in my data was asked to write 1,000 words about an inspiring leader. Now, I didn't think that was a terrible task, but this student said, that is an awful task. No way am I going to do that task. Generative AI is going to do that task. So the students all have their feelings about what is the kind of task they want to do, what is the kind of task they don't want to do. But I think tackling assessment overload, and if we've got any leaders in the room here, I think that's the best thing you can do for your staff and for your students, is to reduce the assessment burden. And I think this is enhancing quality, not reducing quality. Because it's not quality at the moment when they're just rushing and cheating to get the assignments done. So I think actually if we gave them less assignments, but richer and more process-oriented, I think this could be a way forward for the students and for motivation and for learning. Maybe I should end on that point. That's an inspiring ending. Yeah.
Hello, Professor David Carlos. I have a question.
I'm sorry because we have limited time, so
they want to have their lunch.
I'm sorry, we can have discussions outside, right? So,
okay.
Thank you. Yeah,
thank
sorry.
you.
So let's thank Professor David Carlos once again. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Carlos, for your valuable insights. Moderators, for your coordinations, and guests, for your active participation. Please be seated. And for online audience, if you've got any question, please feel free to share on Padlet, and we will share your question with the speakers, and we're going to follow up with you later on.
I feel very happy that the conference chair has given me the following lines, which is, it's almost lunchtime. So we'll enjoy lunch at Crystal Harbor Restaurant next to our Hong Kong Bay campus. Everyone in this room is invited. You're welcome to join us. But I'm afraid you must earn it by visiting this poster booth outside first. So please follow our student helpers. Yeah.
Thank you. So at the lift lobby, there are carefully designed poster presentation by our CPCE students and research personnel. Please take a few minutes to enjoy the poster, ask them questions, or leave comments by scanning the QR code on the poster. Our afternoon speeches will begin at 2:10. So thank you very much. See you after lunch. Coming up is theme number 2, AI and EdTech for transforming learning, teaching, and assessment in higher education. Dear moderators, could you please introduce the keynote speaker, Professor Gail Forey?
Professor Gail Forey is currently associate in education, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, and professors of applied linguistics, Department of Education, the University of Bath. Her research interests include workplace discourse, systemic functional linguistics, discourse analysis, language education, and teaching development. She is also currently involved in researching disciplinary literacy, language-based pedagogy, and professional development of teachers. Let's give our warm welcome to the speaker today. Thank you.
Thank you for coming back after a lovely lunch, and a huge thank you to Eric Jung. Microphone, turn it on. Push. There you go. Thank you, Renya. A huge thank you to Eric and to Esther for inviting me here this week. It's been great meeting everybody at CPCE and doing, I said earlier, it's a bit like a consultation. I was having one-to-one or one-to-small group meetings, and people would come in and be like, and how can I help you today? But it was just lovely meeting people. So I need to escape from this. Will it? I don't think so. I was just going through. Can I help? Yes, thank you.
No worries. So this is yours.
Yeah, so I said I'd like to thank Eric, but I'd also like to blame Eric. because I said I gave him a couple of titles of what I'd like to talk about, some of the research I'm currently involved in, and this wasn't one of them. I oversee, as Associate Dean for Education in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Bath, I oversee teaching and learning for 6 departments for I don't know how many thousands of students, both from an undergraduate, postgraduate, and I get involved a little bit in professional doctorates as well. So this is part of a project that I'm working on, and work that I think we all have to do. And so I'm working with 2 people, Ed Mason, who's the education manager, and Joseph Marvin Imperial, who is doing a PhD in computer science, and I'm second supervising him. So what I'm talking about, and as I said to some people at lunch, if you have any difficult questions, we'll ask Ed or Joseph, okay? Because I won't be able to answer them. So Joseph is part of, just to show you what we're doing at Bath, we have an accountable, responsible, transparent AI. So it's research across the whole university looking at generative AI, at pharmacology, in social sciences, and in engineering. We have a new master's in AI and engineering. So when we look at AI, it's across the whole university, but I'm just going to focus on what we're doing in humanities and social sciences. So definitions, terminologies. Who here is doing research in generative AI? Can you just put your hands up? Who's doing research in generative AI? Wow, that's a lot of you. And okay, that's interesting. So you'll know more about it than me then, because I'm overseeing it and doing a little bit, but more for my own good. So the terminologies, I'm going to rush through a number of different things because I've got lots of slides. I always over-prepare, but it's just about what's happening in universities in the UK and elsewhere. So I'll look at the initiatives and student views, challenges, what we're doing at Bath, and then a pilot project that I'm working on with Ed and Joseph. So generative AI is about generating specialized information, high quality outputs, and there's obviously differences between AI, ML, and Gen AI, and Joseph is kind of working across all of these and in NLP as well, natural language processing. As we know, there's lots and lots of different products out there, and they're going to grow. We don't know what we don't know yet because we haven't been told that. If you've seen Harvard actually have, they're providing support that's tailored to student-specific questions through generative AI. So they're actually giving one-to-one support to students at Harvard University. There's so much, it's such a huge growth because it was like just over 18 months ago that it started. There's new apps. So Staffordshire University are using an app to look after the pastoral needs of students. Some of you may have seen this, and forgive me if I'm telling you things you already know. So there's an AI coach for students that can help one-to-one with students. There's automatic grading, which is going to be looking at the CET, where 13 million students in China take the CET. And this is something Liz Hamp-Lyons and colleagues in Shanghai were working on and have been working on for quite some time. Liz passed away 2 years ago now, so it's good to see that it's still going on. So just some up-to-date views of students' views on Gen AI. This is based on a survey from the Higher Education Policy Institute, where there's 1,250 students in the UK responded to this survey. So it's pretty recent. So we can see here that students consider it acceptable to use Gen AI for explaining concepts and other aspects. So the students said that it can help them with, when they've got a block, it can help them with planning, and you probably use this in your classroom for that. That students were satisfied with only 21% of the students were satisfied with the support they received on AI. And this is something that I'm trying to lead in our faculty, is AI literacy and working with staff to actually explicitly talk about AI and what's usable and what's not usable. So most students who've used Gen AI don't know how often it produces made up facts. So this is the hallucination that you see. So we can see that the students are trusting what they are producing in AI without questioning it to a certain extent. And also 36% have said they've never used generative AI. And so it draws on, if we're not talking about it in the classroom, then how can we ensure that there's equitability for everybody in the classroom? If we are talking about Gen AI and some students are using it and they've got the Gen AI ChatGPT 4, which is you have to pay for it, they're actually better off than the students. So there's issues of equitability when we come to teaching and working with our students in the classroom that I'm keen to kind of look at and understand. So there's some challenges, and this is challenges by educators and staff on Gen AI. So this is another survey from the Department of Education in the UK, not EDB, it's a slightly different one in the UK. And this was with 2,101 teachers and educators at 23 different educational institutions last September, May to September. So teachers say that they don't know enough about it, that they lack knowledge, that there is negative media coverage that affects the teachers' perceptions. There's a distrust from teachers in the sci-fi scenarios, you know, that it's going to replace jobs. So there's this fear of what we don't know about generative AI in the classroom and how, you know, is it going to replace teachers? There's bottom-up initiatives that sometimes lack support. So I was asking Ben and David, you know, do you have a policy in your university? We have a policy for Gen AI, but it's not really effective enough at Bath University, as far as I understand, that you might have a policy, but what happens in the classroom when you shut the door, even if you've got that policy? So do teachers really fully understand how to use it? Do they, I mean, I asked my department, so I'm in the education department, but then in the faculty, and many of my colleagues say, I'm never going to use it, it's too frightening, especially some colleagues who are a little bit older just say, I'm never ever going to use it, I don't trust it. So there's issues there about the lack of guidance and lack of professional development of staff in higher education. So only 10% of schools and universities have issued formal guidance on AI, which is tiny. It's very, very small. And the guidance, I don't think goes enough. There's a lack of clear policy that teachers and leaders said that they didn't really feel confident, that only 3% felt very confident, and then 15% felt fairly confident, and then you have all the rest of them who are actually really lacking confidence in working with generative AI in the classroom. I chair the Faculty Teaching and Learning Quality Committee, and we have student reps on that committee, and the undergraduate student rep says if teachers don't say what they can do, what students and how students can use Gen AI, then the students assume that it's okay to do everything with Gen AI. He said we need teachers to make it explicit what we can do with Gen AI. But when it's so new, and you know, change in a university is... Thank you, Len. I think we need a little adjective before slow. A big adjective. You know, it's extremely slow. It takes so long to get those wheels moving, and yet students are there today. So how do we get the word from the policy that universities are drafting to what's happening in the classroom? So this is the Russell Group. Everybody know the Russell Group? They're kind of like the elite above, just below Oxford and Cambridge in the UK, maybe. But actually, if you do the surveys, we're not members of the Russell Group, Bath University, but we're ranked higher than them in the UK, I could say. So anyway, the Russell Group have put together, and at Bath University, we followed the Russell Group's guidelines, that it's about supporting students and staff to become AI literate, being equipped with the use of Gen AI tools, adapting teaching and assessment to incorporate ethical use of generative AI, ensuring academic rigor and integrity is upheld, and working collaboratively to share best practice as educators. So this is what the Russell Group have said, and this is what we're generally following. So the question that I need to do, and thank you for forcing me to do this in more organised manner, Eric, I'll see you later, is like, how can we support staff and educators in higher education to do this? What can we do to have change? I'm just trying to get students to enter grades on Moodle, but that's like going down like a lead balloon, let alone trying to expect them to, everybody to use Gen AI in their classroom. 458 teachers in our faculty. So how do we ensure that every student has the same experience and opportunities when some may be using Gen AI and some might not? So we know that we should be embracing it because it enhances the curriculum, it redefines assessment and feedback mechanism, and it has the potential to transform higher education. It can be a tool for assistance, a catalyst for autonomy. It can enable a more inclusive, equitable and accessible teaching and learning environment. And then I'm not even going into the research side of it because there's lots that we can look at with research. I'm focusing on the teaching and learning side. So that's at the surface, but then how do we kind of get underneath that surface and harness these opportunities for enhanced accessibility, for supporting diverse learning needs, and for increasing educational productivity? How do we do that is a question that I'm grappling with. So there's a lot of resources and material out there. Turnitin. As you know, most generative AI texts, especially if the prompt is good, are undetectable. But Turnitin have got some nice resources that you can actually look at to improve AI literacy of educators and staff. There is this dynamic, Chan and Colleton 2024 have developed this dynamic AI literacy model. I haven't got time to go into details in this, and if you want to ask a question about this, you'll have to ask Ed and Joseph, because I've read a little bit about it, but they know more about it. The EU have done some work on ethics training on using Gen AI in teaching and assessment. And there's a lot of guidelines out there. This is Harvard. AI Pedagogy Project, MetaLab at Harvard University has a whole resource that you can access and look at with respect to generative AI. You can set up exploratory innovative spaces to experiment with new technologies. So it's the MetaLab or Bock Learning Lab with an AI pedagogy that you can access. There's you can look at it from different angles. So you can do AI literacy, bias, creativity, democracy, education. So there's different choices that you can filter through to find out more about generative AI. There's analysing AI literature that you can look at on the Harvard MetaLab. An AI pedagogy project using language models while writing. Misinformation campaign. There are communities that have been established, virtual communities that have been established on generative AI, connecting educators and integrating AI into their teaching and facilitating of generative AI in the classroom. So there's the MIE expert, global learning community. There's free training from Microsoft, and we've got some examples. The Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert, me, that you can join and learn more about. There's capacity building and other resources that you can learn in at the Alan Turing, Microsoft, Udemy, Coursera, DataCamp, and many, many more that you can actually access to continue to build your education in generative AI. You can do courses. I'm sure there'll be MOOCs. Have PolyU got a MOOC yet on Gen? Oh, they have. PolyU, not on Gen AI. Oh, okay. That's something for you to work on then, Julia. Yeah, so there'll be more MOOCs and accessible resources to teach you about this. But what I'm really interested in is the challenges of Gen AI for teaching and assessment for my colleagues and for myself when I'm in the classroom. I know that I teach, or I taught here at PolyU for 20 years, and it's lovely to see some of my students here and see some colleagues here. And I teach on the MAT SOL back in Bath, and I asked my students this year, well, in September, who uses, I did a little poll at the start, who uses generative AI, and 2 people said they did, 3 or 4 people said that they knew about it, and the majority said they've never tried it in their life. So, you know, how do you deal with that as a teacher, and what do you do? And then when it comes to assessment, what do you do? We know that generative AI is prone to hallucinations. So if you ask, this is from Huang et al. 2023, that if you ask who was the first person to walk on the moon, they'll just make it up. Obviously, it wasn't. Don't say Neil Armstrong. We know that Gen AI, especially ChatGPT, only goes up to 2021, and it's inherently biased against non-native English writers. It's generally based on my daughters. I have 3 daughters, and 2 of them studied sociology, and they said, "Why is sociology all really old white men with white hair and beards?" And I get that kind of feeling when you think about Gen AI, that actually it's white-based data generally that is there and that is available, and it only goes up to 2021. So you don't get the broader sense of the decolonizing the curriculum, which is what we're trying to do in higher education at the moment. It produces copyrighted content very easily, very quickly. So you can break copyright rule, and there's plagiarism and like other issues, especially if you're using it for your own research and when you want to publish as well. So, and then there's the non-helpful feedback that it gives, and Rose and Dembski talk about this in their paper. So it gives unhelpful feedback. So do you want to take a picture of that one? Okay. You can get the slides later. Then there's that once you put it in Gen AI, how do you know that all of your... So, you know, when you're writing a paper or students are writing a paper, how do they know... Well, it's going to get scraped. If you're on ChatGPT 3, that's going to get scraped and it's going to go back in and be used for other people. ChatGPT 4, it doesn't. Copilot, which is what we've paid a license for at PolyU, it doesn't. But it's really not as good as ChatGPT, if you ask for my opinion. There's lots of AI progression in higher education, that it's either avoid, outrun, embrace and adapt. And I think in Hong Kong that most people are doing the embrace and adapt, although I did hear Chinese U has banned it. Is that right? One of the universities has banned, you can't ban it. I mean, if you're going to ban it, they don't. They banned it initially and realised the sense in not banning it. So we have these kind of ideas, and that's both at a university level, but also teaching staff. You can think about this as teaching staff. Are they going to embrace and adapt, or are they just waiting until something else comes along and waiting, or are they avoiding it? So I wanted to say a little bit about what we've done at Bath. And at Bath, which is probably any teacher or leader's nightmare, we have done curriculum transformation for all of our undergraduate, postgraduate programs. Okay. We've been doing it for a long time. That involves going back and rewriting every unit, every course, every assessment, and all the learning outcomes for every program that you offer in your campus. So, but it gives you an opportunity to refresh, renew. And one of the things, and this goes back to what David was saying earlier, David Carlos was saying earlier, one of the things we've done in our CT is to reduce our assessment to one assessment, generally one assessment per course, because the students were finding it too much of a load, and staff, we're a research-intensive university, it releases staff time to actually do some research rather than continually mark. So the leaders aren't here now because they were here this morning, but I would be echoing what David said, reducing the assessment, increasing the formative assessment, and having the summative assessment just through one assessed task. And we've done this, and we've developed an assessment taxonomy. So this now, in our CT documents, everybody is following. It's 3 pages long. I've just taken one of the pages, and then these are all of the kind of the meta-linguistic assessment details that we have with some definitions. So everybody across the university when they wrote their unit descriptions or module descriptions, they had to use one of these terms to talk about the assessment that they were doing, so that we can then share it across the university. We drew on, when looking at this, we drew on the University of Exeter have this really useful PDF slide, which talks about, so taking essay coursework, so they talk about essay, and they talk about the susceptibility of generative AI, what happens with generative AI, the skills that the essay brings, the more resilience you can bring to it, and how you could use it as part of it. So it's giving guidelines, and they have, again, I've got the link down here, and it's a long page. Their assessment taxonomy is different from ours, but it provides a really useful handle for staff to look at when they're looking at a particular assignment and how Gen AI is related to that. We have also plagiarized, borrowed, adapted and extended, and we acknowledge the work of UCL, University College London, who talk about assessment as in type A, type B, type C. So type A is generally closed book, in person, handwritten, invigilated exams, where no Gen A or a Viva. They're the two that are like type A. Type B is the majority of the assignments that we do. And then type C is when Gen AI is integral to the task. So as a risk factor, to know what level of assessment we're asking our students to do, we've asked all staff, not only are they doing CT and then research and teaching and marking and everything else that we all do, they have to categorize. So we've done this classification where we've dragged off all of the units, and we're asking every member of staff. We can do it automatically just by the assessment taxonomy, give it a category A, B, or C. But as on the assessment guidelines, they need to make that clear to the students. Is it category A, category B, category C? And then on the assignment brief that we're working on for every module, we'll have an assignment brief. It will give clear guidelines of how to use Gen AI. So my good friend Ed, we also, he's lovely, he's so brilliant. I'm going to share with you today he's done a little workshop for staff how to use this, but we'll be filling it in for him, so it's to make it user-friendly. He developed this, I didn't do this Excel spreadsheet, it's far beyond my abilities. But this is Ed here. And so we're going to be doing this before the start of the next academic year for all new units. And these are some of the guidelines that we've given unit conveners. Not program leaders, somebody who's in charge of the... We do a lot of team teaching, and that's one thing we did with CT, is we have team teaching rather than one person owning a unit. We have multiple people teaching on the unit, and we have the unit convener who's in charge of that unit, and they get extra hours for organising that unit. So we've asked unit conveners to talk about changes that they can make to assessment, a current existing assessment, and we've asked the directors of studies, which are programme leaders here, and heads of department to ask these questions about generative AI in their classroom. We've got some useful, like EDC, this is from CLT, we've got some useful resources that teachers can access on our teaching hub, which has just been revamped. So my final kind of section is about, can Gen AI assess higher education assignments, written assignments? Because what I want to do is not reduce my... It's like living in Hong Kong and having kids. That if you've got a helper, when you come home, you get to spend quality time with them. Okay, you don't have to do the cleaning and the cooking and everything else. Yes, I have to do that now. But anyway, if you can use Gen AI and use it as a resource and a tool, you'll get to spend more quality time talking to the students and doing that interpersonal element, mixing with the students, than having to say, I've got to go because I've got to finish marking. And feeling that stress that we all feel when you've got your marking deadline coming up and you've still got that pile of papers to mark. So we, with Joseph, who's an excellent computer scientist, we asked, how good is ChatGPT in providing assessment criteria? How does Gen AI generate generated feedback compare with expert written feedback? And to what extent, and this is, I think the first two, and Esther, Jessica and Val, I'm really looking forward to hearing your project, because that's what you're doing in your project, and I think it's so exciting. But for me, one of the key things is about the moderation of tasks. I've asked Joseph, if I give you all of my students' papers that I've marked, can you get ChatGPT or where it's not going to go out, it's going to just be kept private. Can you get ChatGPT to check and do the validation, the calibration, the standardization, the moderation, and save colleagues time for moderation, and have a more valid, reliable source to do moderation? And the reason why is because I chair individual mitigating circumstances and appeal committees, and it will reduce the number of appeals if we can get the grade right first time round, and it will increase student satisfaction because they can go check it as well. So this is, we have started to work on this. So Joseph has been doing generated stories using CEFR and IELTS assessment, the CEFR framework, Common European Framework and Assessment Guidelines, and he's generated stories and demonstrated that you can generate a story an A1 or a B1 so that you can use it in the class. So he's doing this again, but taking my assessment criteria from my units and taking assessment tasks that I've already assessed and looking at, do my assessments actually, does ChatGPT match the assessments that I've done? So we're in the process of doing this, and that's the knowledge prompt. And as David was saying, the knowledge prompt is obviously, and we all know the knowledge prompt is key. So we're just in the process of trialing this. And we've got, this is the sample prompt that we'll give ChatGPT. We do spot marking this is for MA students on their TESOL paper. I will still be reading it, and I've already marked it, but it'll be looking to see how good is ChatGPT at this. And there's a lot of research already out there that the feedback that it generates is not trustworthy, and students don't like it, and it doesn't have that personalization. So this is the second sample prompt. So sample prompt with my grade. If I grade it, can it actually generate the whole feedback on its own? The first one is generating specific feedback with the prompts, with the assessment criteria and the mark. So slightly two different things. And then, as I said, the third one is putting a whole batch in and doing a comparison of text 1, text 2, text 3. There is a limitation on the number of words that you can use there. So it'll only be, it'll be after it's been marked, and we'll take all the 65s and see if all the 65s are similar, higher or lower. So also using what's available. When we were looking at this, we found out that on Teams, do you use Teams? Yeah, on Teams, they've got a reading diagnostic. Have you used it? Yeah, so Teams has a reading diagnostic. You can put a text up, you can put it up into 10-minute chunks that they read it aloud, and then the students read it aloud, and then it gives you reading progress. It tells you about the vocabulary that they've found difficult to read. It tells you about the challenge of the reading that you've given the students. It tells you about the reading accuracy, mispronunciation, omission, insertions that students do. So as a diagnostic test, we thought that this would be going back to, again, Liz did this diagnostic test many years ago at PolyU. Liz, Jane and somebody else, Jane Lockwood and somebody else, did a diagnostic test where you can track students' progression from year 1 to year 3. So this is actually embedded in Teams, and you can see that reading accuracy and expression. We can see, I just trialled it with 3 students. I paid them to trial it actually, so I got some of them turn up. This is with my students, so you can see the reading aloud. But what Ed and I were thinking, it would be a fantastic diagnostic assessment for year 1 undergraduates that you do at the beginning of the unit. I'll be interested in hearing how you use it, Svetlana. You do it at the beginning and find out if the students are actually succeeding and improving, or you can identify which students in the class need a little bit more support. So you can do individualization of learning programs. The student feedback, the students said that I think it can help me remember some keywords in order to better understand the content. It identifies the keywords that the students are having problems with. Am I actually like absorbing anything that I'm reading, or am I just kind of going through the motions, reading it aloud, are some of the questions that the students asked. I would start kind of doing it like a newscaster, like the AI voice, because I was like, let's get it. But it's a valuable literacy assessment. Disciplinary literacy across the curriculum. It can be used diagnostically. As I said, with year 1 students, it needs further exploration. However, the students that tried it out for us said that it felt daunting to see how much text I could fit into 10 minutes. It put them under pressure and stress. I felt challenged at the beginning when I was answering the questions. So they read it, and then you have questions, and then you can check their comprehension of that reading at the end with the questions. And as these are MA TESOL students, they're going to be teaching English. They said that I'd feel that I'd be bullying them, making them pronounce words in a particular way. So it's the hegemony of like a standard English that you might expect through this. Just to wrap up, James Fern, who's a director of teaching in health, he chairs we have a committee on AI and pedagogy, and he chairs that. He said, AI is just like other threats, plagiarism, collusion, the use of essay mills, and it's just students trying to maybe pass off their work that they didn't produce as their own. And there's no reason to suspect that it's widespread, and we shouldn't assume that all students are going to use it. But the most impressive thing that I think we're doing at Bath, and most of you here are doing, is that we have a chance to frame a conversation around AI as a positive opportunity to engage with a powerful tool to enhance learning and productivity. So to conclude then, it's such a powerful tool, and it can support staff and students. We need to support staff and students in AI literacy. We need to have a clear understanding of AI and its role in learning and teaching, all teaching staff, not just the leaders, but all teaching staff. All teaching staff need to be explicit about AI and its role in assessment. We need to improve assessment literacy, because if you don't improve the assessment literacy, you can't improve how AI can be used in assessment. And assessment literacy, if you did a score like EQ, IQ, most of my colleagues would be quite extremely high scoring in IQ, many of them high scoring in EQ, maybe not as many, and AI literacy, pretty low, I'd say. So we've got to do a lot of work there. We've got to consider and embrace the changes, share the resources, share the love, and make sure we know what everybody's doing, and be prepared for change, because change is coming. But this morning I was looking for a final quote to finish on. 9/10 of education is encouragement. So going back to that whole point, that 9/10 of education, it doesn't matter what AI does. It matters of how you care about your students and what you think about your students and how you relate to your students. So that's me. Thank you. That's our campus, with the beautiful city of Bath down at the bottom of the hill.
Sure. So maybe we would like to welcome all the guests today, or audience. Any questions? Okay, Benjamin. We are passing the mic to Benjamin. Thank you.
I was going to have a difficult question. I'm not going to be able to answer it.
No, it'll be a lowball question, don't worry. I'm really interested to see the framework you're using regarding three types of ways of using AI in assessment tasks, and how colleagues have to kind of think carefully about how they wish students to use AI, and then make it clear to them, and also make it clear to the university what they're doing. What's been the response to that from colleagues? Because I'm guessing that requires quite a large amount of AI literacy in the colleagues themselves to be able to make the kind of judgment in the way that AI could be integrated into their assignment tasks. And have you seen any emphasis on, or any kind of bias toward wanting to ban as it's an option, if that makes sense?
That's a really good question. I think this is one of the things, like from a senior management position, that we're looking at is you do not want everybody to go back to exams, invigilated, on campus, in person, handwritten exams, because that's type A. You do not want everybody to have to do Vivas or learning journey discussions, if you want to be, a bit more warm and kind. So you don't want that. You want a diversity of assessment. And what we're doing is we have a number of speakers, people from King's College, or is it King's? Yeah, King's College, and we invite lots of speakers from outside to talk about this, to demonstrate. We have people in the School of Management that talk about how they use Gen AI in their classroom. So I think by giving it a label, ABC, then it just helps people think, what do I want? Okay, if it's B, then I have to engage with the fact that some of my students are going to do Gen AI. So the labeling, we can do that for them and they can check. And just that fact of labeling each of your assignments as A, B, or C, and then having it on your assignment brief, is raising some literacy about the expectations of Gen AI in the classroom. And then it's a really supportive place, a really great place to work. And obviously you're going to get, in any change management, you're going to get people that are going to close their door and never do it anyway, and do what they do and just put their head in their sand and completely ignore it. So, but I think it's a starting step, and it's a risk. At a university level, it's something that we can look at the risk of. And then in the classroom, it's something that people can say, okay, this is category B, but I want you to actually share what you're doing and have a statement about how you've used Gen AI. And in doubt, if you feel that somebody has used Gen AI and they don't really know the subject, we have these learning discussions, learning pathway discussions, not Vivas, but learning discussions. So you can still challenge them. It's not to not challenge them if you feel that they have lost their academic integrity. But good question.
I did post on the Padlet. Apparently nobody noticed the Padlet, but I asked the question. So you have the survey results, right? You have a bar chart over there. How independent are those questions? Do you have a proportional kind of frequencies?
They're not mine. Like I said, they're the Department of Education, and they're from the Department of Education and...
the absolute proportions doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, because you may have one of the... So go back to the proportions. For example,
it's 2,101.
Yeah, the previous one. I think that the one that... So I say, for example, in this case, that the second category, how many of those 58% actually answer yes on the second category? That's what I was talking about.
It's not my survey.
Okay.
I can't.
That's fine, because otherwise, those questions are not independent.
Yeah. There were independent questions, and you could correlate it, and you could do different statistical analysis of it, and it was done by the government in the UK. So it wasn't my data. I was just interested to see, because I haven't had time to do a survey with 2,000 staff members, but it was interesting to see general patterns. And I'm not sort of talking about the reliability, validity of this or greater statistical analysis. It may be available in other papers that I haven't seen.
Okay, thank you so much. One more guest to ask questions. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for sharing. I'm particularly interested in the dynamic AI literacy model that was presented earlier, because I took a picture and I'm so interested into it that I realized, like, the more I read into it, there seems to be actually a wide range of stakeholders that are supposedly involved in promoting those literacies. Like, say, for instance, like AI concepts, right? There are a lot of like machine learning, engineering terms, and basic fundamental principles that AI literacy should be about in terms of the concepts. But in terms of applications, that is a very different aspect of the literacy in terms of context and problems, users, and audience. So the way that I'm seeing this model prompts me to think if there is, I'm just asking out of blue, any other model or thoughts that we have as a group in terms of how we collaborate and work together to promote this. Because right now, say safety and security, it seems like ethical issues, but also at the same time also comes back to the engineering as well. How is there a model of stakeholders or people involved in this, so that there's more clarity and more guidance as to the next steps and the actions that can be implemented? But yeah, it's a great model. That's why I have the question.
Yeah, it's not mine. It's from Chan and Collerton, 2024. And this was the one I said, don't ask a question about. No, I was just joking then. I think you're right. So we have the Art AI, which is the centre that Joseph is in is Art AI. So it's doing research, ethical research with AI. And across our university, at my university, there's a lot of discussion around AI and ethics in whole different disciplines. But I think you're right that it's just at some point there's got to be a group understanding within higher education of how we deal with this globally, and UNESCO and higher education councils in each country need to be able to discuss this and come up with global kind of visions about how we see it. But in order, rather than being told what to do, I think, in Hong Kong, you have a big community here of people, like the majority of people in this room do more research in Gen AI than I do. So it's about getting your group together and having a community of practice in Hong Kong where you can share that across institutions in Hong Kong, and you can feed up rather than just have to always respond to a top-down approach. So that's what I would encourage in any of these: the concepts, the applications, the effectiveness, the ethics, and the safety and security. So I think it's about working together, and that's one of the points I put in the conclusion: working together, sharing ideas. The only problem with that is in higher education, as we know, people get a bit territorial. And they think that I've got to be the one that publishes this, and I can't share it with other people before they I've got to publish it first. But actually, it goes back to what David was saying earlier about this co-creation and co-working and collaboration. That you have a fantastic resource. I'm really, really impressed from everybody that I've seen at CPCE and at PolyU and other institutions about working together. And that's the only way that you can have, just like with slow scholarship. I've been talking to everybody. You're going to get this in a report. I'll send you later, Esther. Slow scholarship. Why do we need to publish 10 papers a year? We need good quality papers. We need, and although it's coming from a management perspective, the mass have an opportunity to feed back. So it's that negotiation of AI in the classroom, AI and research, where the negotiation happens. So it's about, and you can't do that if you're on your own. You need to collaborate and have a stronger voice. I think time's up, Renier.
Thank you very much, Professor Forey, for your insightful talk, and moderators for your coordination. So next, the plenary section under the sub-theme AI and EdTech for transforming learning, teaching, and assessment in higher education now begins. In this section, there will be 2 plenary speeches. When both speeches end, there will be a 10-minute Q&A section. So now, would moderator please introduce the next speaker?
Our next speaker is Dr. Xu. Dr. Xu completed her PhD at the School of English at the University of Hong Kong. Her research interest lies in contemporary poetics, service learning, and English language pedagogy. She has published journal articles on digital storytelling, contemporary elegy, and emergency online teaching.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, I would like to thank Eric as well and blame him for having me here. This is actually a case study, and this is actually the first time I myself led like an educational research case study. But it's something that's really dear to my heart because it's to do with literary education, and I think we're talking about AI a lot, and mine is probably the only one which is not directly related to AI, but it is to do with.
You keep going. Sorry.
It's okay.
We have to start sharing the screen.
Yeah.
From where you are, so you need to.
So that's me, I think.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Please go.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So it's not directly related to AI, but I often think about what AI cannot do, right? Which is, for me, it's our shared lived experience. And when I teach, for example, reading and writing about fiction to my students, I always try to kind of pitch it in a way that reading is a personal experience. It's an experience that's not, replaceable by using AI. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about this case study, the background, my research questions, my methodology and data, findings and discussion, conclusion and way forward. So I'm a literature person, so this kind of writing style is very much alien to me, but I'm learning. Okay, so the background. First of all, I would like to thank CPCE for actually giving me a Teaching and Research Excellence Fund to conduct this research. So I had my own motivations. First of all, this is actually from a course that I really love, which is Introduction to Literature in English. But this course often gets cancelled because there's not enough students enrolling in this course. So I have a fundamental existential crisis in this teaching environment, which I think literary studies is being marginalized. So I've also discovered that I can actually do literature. I can use stories as a way to look into research. Like it's a new methodology to try. So that's my motivation. So objectives to investigate. I wanted to investigate how literary criticism fosters second language students' critical thinking and language art appreciation. I also want to suggest ways of effective online teaching and feedback giving, which was basically achieved in this course. And finally, I would love to kind of inform curriculum development at the tertiary level in Hong Kong, which is, I think, language art is still irreplaceable in actually nurturing L2 students' language acquisition. I had my co-authors, so I would like to actually give them credits as well. So Dr. Zoe Chan, Dr. Wendy Wu, and also the omnipresent Eric Chung. Dr. Eric Chung. Okay, so just to give you a sense of the landscape, right, where this project came from. So at CPC, at LC, right, Division of Languages and Communication, we actually, especially for sub-degree level, we have actually a lot of skill-based subjects for English. So academic English, English for academic purposes, English for workplace communication, oral communication in English, etc., which are all skill-based. And there are, relatively speaking, there are much fewer content-based subjects. And I actually think of this literature course as a content-based language instruction, language acquisition course. So I did some research. So I said this is my first time to do educational research, but I did exercise my muscles with the help of other colleagues. So we did a research. We interviewed teachers at this college about their emergency remote teaching, how did they respond to COVID-19, how they actually were under a lot of stress, and there were a lot of challenges, right? So we did interviews. So I kind of felt more confident in doing this kind of research. Okay, and also we co-authored a book chapter on emergency online teaching, voices from Hong Kong core teachers, so computer-assisted language learning. So I just thought, okay, after doing these kind of as second and third authors, I kind of think that there's a potential gap that can be filled by narrative inquiry, where both educators and students write vivid accounts about their lived experience, right? So the two tech ed tools, or the core tools that I used, were actually very familiar to you all, I think. So one is Padlet, and the other one is Zoom, right? And so on Padlet was basically I just asked students to give kind of instant responses to like their view on like literature or their view on a certain genre, let's say like poetry or drama. And they're often quite short and kind of very quick on the spot kind of responses from students. And obviously Zoom was just, you couldn't live without Zoom during COVID. And this was actually the third time that I actually taught this course, but it was completely online. And I was feeling this great sense of loneliness. So I started to write a teaching memoir about this teaching journey, and hence this idea of doing narrative inquiry. So I had two research questions, which was actually narrowed down because I had a lot of ideas, but eventually I narrowed it down to two questions. So first is, what are the lecturer and the student's the perceptions towards the two core tools, right? Namely Padlet, Wall, and Zoom in facilitating second language writing. And the second research question was, what are the students' specific improvements in their writing before and after the use of the two tools? And I examined their literary criticism pieces. And by the way, this course was done in 2021 when everything was still online. And I actually changed the syllabus, changed everything. So actually students had to do 3 essays on 3 different genres. Okay, so storytelling as research. So why did I choose this methodology? First of all, telling stories about past events is actually a universal human activity, and so we all love stories, and we're all storytellers. And then narrative as very important data, right? It's to understand phenomena from the perspectives of those who experience them. And this is, in my opinion, this is something that cannot be replaced by AI, right? Yet, okay. And it's also a profoundly human way of carrying out research. And actually, in this methodology, I feel that I could bring storytelling and research together, which I find to be a more organic way of doing things. Okay, so this article is going to be published, and actually we argued that it is appropriate to use narrative inquiry as we study a literature course where detailed personal narratives can be viewed as a literary form of research that is not just about literature, but it's actually a form of literature itself. Okay, so methodology. We did the data collection, so I actually had my own teaching memoir, and also we collected students' personal accounts, stories of taking the course, their growth, and also they were asked to write a metaphor about learning literature in English. We also had an oral narratives which were prompted by very kind of interviews conducted by the third author, it was Wendy who did it, to avoid bias. So we did about we interviewed 10 students, so 45 to 60 minutes, and they were conducted and recorded via Zoom. And I didn't think that was enough. Because it's just teachers and students kind of storytelling, right? And we needed hard proof of their improvements. So we also analyzed the students' literary criticism essays covering 3 different genres. Okay, so for this paper in particular, we actually had in-depth analysis of these 5 students. So their native language, none of their native language was English. And so actually all of them, after 2 years of studies at HKCC, they managed to get into a UGC-funded university. And as you can see, they did very well. Okay, so the findings. I was actually a bit surprised because I didn't think much of Padlet, because for me it was just something to kickstart like a discussion session or something to start a session or like to warm up the classroom. So in my narrative, I mentioned there's only one little paragraph on Padlet War, but you can see actually students loved it so much. So okay, so I'm just gonna read Thomas's, kind of verbatim, okay? And he said, as a matter of fact, I found the real-time writing and typing enjoyable. As you wrote your answers on the Padlet wall, you could also look at others, what others wrote on the same topic. In a way, you were inspired to revise, revisit, and edit your answers. This mode of collaborative writing could not be achieved in a face-to-face setting. In a traditional classroom, when asked to answer a question in the written form, everyone just focused on their own work, and no one really looks at others' writing. On the Padlet wall, however, I saw everything happening all at once. Besides, literature is also about obtaining multiple perspectives. Every reader should have a different angle on a single text, so it was valuable to see all these perspectives at once. Okay, so students had like overwhelmingly positive feedback about the use of Padlet Wall. Okay, so but we do agree on the individual consultation. So we talked about evaluation and feedback, right? So what I did. As I said, I was kind of feeling very lonely when I was doing the Zoom class, but so I wanted to actually add this human touch. So I organized extra individual essay consultations after each essay was produced. So within 1 week, I would organize a Zoom meeting. So what I asked them to do is I asked students to turn on the camera and talk to me like we were in a video conference. And I would then share the screen, and then we would go through the essay actually line by line. I forced the students to read their essay back to me. Okay, so we also talk about the structure, etc., etc. But for students, they think it's the most using this kind of a one-on-one Zoom consultation is the most effective. And some even goes on to say that, for example, the screen share, and when you highlight the bit that needs changing and needs revision, it was really effective. It's even better than face-to-face consultations. Okay, and let me just quote Christina. The individual consultation on Zoom worked very well. The teacher focused on each student's problems and gave constructive feedback, so students can learn a lot. And she said, I often find written feedback from English teachers too vague or too hard to understand, partly because it's a one-way communication. So for example, some comments would be the essay should be more critical, but I don't know how to be more critical after reading such feedback. So we were actually able to kind of address each students' issue very carefully. So in terms of using Zoom for individual essay consultation, here are some, the findings. So reading aloud, students find reading aloud show they could actually detect their own mistakes even before I could. And then the oral feedback from the teacher complemented the written feedback effectively, and questions and discussion were made possible during the consultation. And students were, saying that they don't just face the cold rubrics, and they actually face, constructive feedback and kind of conversation dialogue with the teacher. And basically, both sides were able to clarify misconceptions and also kind of difficulties in understanding the piece that is created by the writing. And Zoom also allows the share screen mode, and students can view the edits as they are being done. So they call it kind of like a live marking, and they find it very, very useful. Some students even, as I said, prefer Zoom individual consultations to face-to-face consultations. Okay, so here's, this is just an example of the one student here. So basically they wrote one literary criticism, right, like exegesis for a poem. That's the first assignment. And the second is on the genre of a short story. And the last one is on drama. So they worked on Romeo and Juliet. And we can, actually, I could see very obvious improvements. And how do I prove that? So I actually use one scholar's work in, I think, 2017. His name is On, okay, and he used this. So I checked students' lexical, grammatical improvements. So it's not really very obvious. Okay, no problem. It's not obvious if you look at essay 1, essay 2, and essay 3, but if you look at essay 1 to essay 3, you can see that they really improve. So essays, rhetorical and organizational improvements. So this is genre specific. This is for literary criticism. Okay. So, and then I also looked at the students' close reading and critical thinking skills. So if you, once again, if you look at essay 1 to essay 3, that's a huge improvement. A leap. Some students really made a leapfrog progress. Okay, one more thing I would like to say, which is kind of finding students' own voice. I think it's William Littlewood. He argued in a recent paper that sometimes he felt that students were introduced to kind of academic writing in English a bit too early in the college stage. So what happened is they were kind of basically mimicking that academic voice, right? That kind of, you're asked to be very objective, that distant, right? But without actually gaining their own voice first in English. So what I've discovered in this, so this is not modeled on any other research or any other papers. So this is my discovery, which is students in the process of writing literary criticism, they became kind of bolder and bolder, or more and more confident with their own voice. Okay, so they started to say things like, I argue, right? I, in my opinion, which is to be actually avoided in other forms of academic writing, but it's very much welcome in literary criticism. So my conclusion is the following. So the teacher-student consensus on the importance of using online collaborative writing tools. So I used Padlet, but I think collaborative writing can be achieved in other platforms. And also individual essay consultations actually helped me a lot as a teacher and also helped students a lot. And also Padlet is a highly effective tool for brainstorming, perspective taking, and positive interdependence while writing casually in class. Compared to online peer review exercises, learners find their individual consultations via Zoom more constructive. And results of students' performance, their 3 critical essays witness visible improvements. So anyone who's trained in English studies knows the difficulty of writing literary critical essays, right? Literary criticism appears to be very subjective, and there are no clear standard way of approaching literature per se. Writing literary criticism is no easy task for L2 students because they need to read and interact with the literary text, relate them to their own life experiences, interpret the meaning in their own words, cite relevant textual evidence, and evaluate the work using appropriate language. So as Halliday and Mattison rightly assert, second language students who study content-based subjects in English have the double jeopardy of tackling both content knowledge and the language use. However, I think it's precisely because of this challenge, once students overcome it, they could find it doubly rewarding. So in this study, the teaching of conventions of literary criticism, as we see lexical, grammatical, and rhetorical, facilitated by two important core tools, Padlet and Zoom, was able to address students' need for writing about literature in their second language. I understand also there's the limitation of my study. I had some solutions, but I just want the final slide, let me finish. Some concluding thoughts, right? So today our theme, and tomorrow as well, is education technology, and I actually think online technology expands a dimension of literary education and empower literature as a form of content-based second language instruction for tertiary level students in an L2 context. Therefore, I think literature teachers who are often very resistant, right, to like technology should actually embrace core methodologies that broaden their teaching and research arena in order that neither their field nor their teaching become obsolete in this technology-driven world. Having said that, I think the success of the use of these technologies, these new tech, AI included, still needs to be supported by great teachers, the human elements. I think the teachers and the content behind the technology should truly make the difference. So we should make that difference. So the tools are cold, but we are warm. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shi. So, moderator, could you please introduce the next speaker? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker would be Chami Lau, Dr. Chami Lau. She is a senior lecturer in the Division of the Business and Hospitality Management, CPCE, Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Her research interests including the VR, AR tourism, and the tourism impact studies, festival tourism, sustainable tourism, development, and transport geography. Her topic today is fostering quality education with generative AI opportunities and challenges to achieve sustainable development goal number 4. Let us welcome Dr. Lau.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm so pleased to come to join this conference. Thanks for the invitation from Eric. So I really enjoy this kind of discussion. So please allow me, I'm not a major in education, so some of my thought is just based on my teaching experiences. So pardon me if those questions that you ask me, I may not be able to understand. Okay, so thanks for the introduction by Dr. Watt. So I come from the Business and Hospitality Management. I teach tourism and hospitality studies. So my undergraduate studies is in tourism management and my PhD is in tourism geography. So it is a bit strange, right? So I will explain why I come here to talk about this interesting topic. So here, the first thing when I received the invitation from Eric, so in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, is there any software or ChatGPT or AI technologies that I have come across in the past? Actually, I think about it, guys, for a few weeks. So, but all in my mind is what I could think of is a guy, a gentleman. So, do you know his name? Wen Gong. So he's very famous in Hong Kong because of the AI technology. He's not a very famous popular singer, but nowadays, but perhaps in the past, but in notorious sense, okay? It's mainly for familiar, suggestive lyrics, okay? Originally, I would like to broadcast his song to you, but just you skip it. But if you're interested, you can search it, Wen Gong, huh? So it is very famous singers in the past, and then you can find him, his whereabouts in the Temple Street, which is very near our West Kowloon campus. So inspired by his very lovely songs, then I think about that, how can I put it in the AI technology, ChatGPT, together with the education. Being a teacher for about 20 years, definitely, I need to think about it very importantly because it may change, okay, my career in the future. I heard that there's an AI teacher, right? So I'm sorry, I still have some years to work here. I definitely need to understand it, master it, share my fortune with my students. So I think the AI is a very innovative. Okay, whatever you cannot imagine in the past can be done nowadays, right? And also, particularly, and when it applied in education, some of the benefits, for example, personalized instruction. Now we have the AI tutoring system. We have the instant feedback. I'm sure the what have been presented by Wen, talking about the progress, okay, can be done by the AI as well. Okay, definitely we need the teachers, the professional judgment, but in some sense they can create a lot of analytics. So for you to do some prediction or forecast, and also the student engagement, some of the games, some of the very inspiring or innovative games or exchange, okay, or group discussion, you can incorporate in your lecture or tutorial. So my thought is, how can I, okay, catch up these very important trends and the benefits my students as well as myself? So the first thing I need to do is not just go to ChatGPT and then poll and bang and then to download the full list of literature. I think it's so boring. So what should I do is see the most popular topics that among our teachers, like ethics, okay, whether we have to allow them to use it. The students always ask me these questions, okay, from time to time, not just for the final year student, but even though for the freshmen, they will ask, can I use ChatGPT to do my homework, assignments, such as. I'm sure you all answer this kind of question, right? So I need to find some advice, right? Guidelines, suggestions. So Eric is keep asking me about whether you have collect all the guidelines from the local universities. Yes, majority actually. So I think I would like to share with you, see if we have any collaborative opportunities in the future. So when I go through those guidelines or the policymaker guidances, I found that they have the comments, okay, which is published by UNESCO. UNESCO, we all know it is the UN that can provide a lot of advice or guidance internationally. Okay, Hong Kong is an international city. Definitely, we have to make reference, okay, based on these very important information. So I found that among those 17 SDG goals, okay, I found that SDG 4 is closely related to our area. Okay, so of course, okay, we need to do something. Okay, I learned that there's a lot of comments, news, or even though social media about these topic area. But how can I group it into a meaningful category in our language called coding, themes like that. So I should have something based on it, right? Not just automatically generated by the generative AI. So I found that there's a long list of goals or indicators, all well listed, okay, by UN. So I based on these and try to analyze some of the secondary data. All in all, it's just a working paper. Don't expect too much, right? So I need something to, build on. So here I use the Crowdbreaker. Okay, thanks for the sponsorship from my division, BHM. We adopt these very useful Crowdbreaker tools. So I use some of the keywords, okay, no matter in Chinese or English, okay. So and I collect some data. So that's the starting point, right? So this Crowdbreaker is just use big data and the AI technology to capture all those items. For example, IG, the headline, headings, something. So I need to analyze it, right? So sorry, this stage I cannot do it by this software. So I use another software, which is also sponsored by, okay, supported by CPR. Thanks, okay, a lot, okay, for this both division, huh? So I try to combine these two different platforms and then to run the analysis, okay. MaxQDA, okay, is a very useful tools. Very similar to what I learned when I was a research student. A long time ago, it's called Nudist, and then Nevivo. Nowadays, we have the MaxQDA. Actually, I'm a qualitative person, so I really like this kind of software. So later on, if they can incorporate AI, then will be perfect. Yeah, because it takes time for me to do the coding. Uneasy at all. I spend some time to download it. Luckily, I have the support from the Green Business Center, the RA. I download all those Excel information, and then I try to do the coding. Most of the coding are based on the SDG indicators, but sometimes based on my own judgment. Being a qualitative researcher, I'm sorry, I have to say that. So it's a lot, sometimes a bit subjective, right? So when I run these analysis based on those secondary data, I found that the most impressive one, because they have the count, right, frequency, so it seems to be more systematic. So I found that some of the information is very common. For example, the DI, the Hong Kong UST, Polytechnic University, definitely. They have invested a lot of, or even though for my university, PolyU, they are going to organize a lot of conference similar to this one, in November. Okay, if you have time, you can go enjoy again, huh? And then I found that they also mentioned about the micro-credential. What is been already mentioned by Professor Foley, right? He's talking about the MOOC and micro-credential. It's something related to AI, because I just based on these keywords and then to run this data, and what a coincidence, they link up together. So it formulates my research question or objective, finally. So it takes time, right? Okay, it's about a few months and to formulate the idea generation. So my research question or aims of the study, I cannot, because it's just working paper, maybe fine-tuned. My focus is that first, run a systematic review on social media. What is actually happening, discussing in town, in Hong Kong? Okay, not far away from any other places, but in Hong Kong. Is there any relationship linked or with what is expected internationally or in other countries? And then I based on my final year project, students project, and then I do these kind of in-depth interview. Okay, all in all, they are the final year students, and also they're more mature, and also because of the nature of the final year project itself demands a lot of information literacy. How can they mastering well, and how can they interpret the data, figure out the source, which is closely related. They're mature enough, to ask the sensitive question compared to the junior year student in some sense, and also because of those social media data, I figured out that this term, lifelong learning, is very popular in town, right? So I just read news. I heard that the government in Hong Kong, they will create new funding, sponsor the Hong Kong citizen extra additional 8,000, for joining this kind of technology course. So definitely I will use it for sure. Other than the continuing education fund, we have 8,000 more, right? Because I would like to learn more about this new technology. So it formulates my the whole idea of my research. So the methodology here, okay, the focus is the final year undergraduate students, okay. They are pretty green, but they're actually reaching approaching the graduation. So the nature of the project, okay, is very closely related to the different aspects that the ethics guidance about AI ChatGPT. So I choose them. So the mixed methods, I will conduct an interview and also as a questionnaire. Okay, it seems that it is uneasy at all for me to finish this study, okay, before I come to this conference. But still, I have some sharings with you all. So when I prepared just the steps and the interview process, I found that, okay, this is very difficult. Some of the students may not know how to use it. They always ask me this question, Chami, can you conduct a lecture? So how can I use the ChatGPT, okay, and then to do the paraphrasing, do the literature review without more than the AI similarities such as, okay. So I encountered a lot of questions before I conduct the formal study. So I show them that is the website. Perhaps you can go and take a look, okay. In Hong Kong, UST, the guest speaker on tomorrow, he will come. Perhaps you can ask him the question directly. They did a very comprehensive sharing slide in their library. So you see the topic very important, very useful. Can AI write the scholarly article for me? So you click it, okay? Then you see the steps, the hands-on guide, one by one, step by step, show you how to do it. There actually is nothing private or secret. You can search it out, right? So the writing literature review, how to do it. So step-by-step guide. So I keep this secret till today. Actually, I don't want to share with my students. You know why? Because for my final year student, they have a different phase to submit their capstone project, I can say, right? They need to submit the proposal, progress reports, and the final report. So I wait till they submit all the progress report. I give them the feedback. Then I show it to them. So that's why my study, in some sense, okay, may not be very comprehensive compared to other scholars. Okay, please pardon me. So the reason is some of my colleagues and teachers may not be fully, ready to do it, okay, with the sample of students. So I just hold up this stage. So perhaps later on, after the submission of the final report, I will do an even more in-depth interview with them to ensure that, okay, they will not affect their grades. So this is a very useful tool. They have the guidelines, but actually I find that in UST, their guidelines and their advice is tell you which AI tools can do which part of the article writing like this. So I'm impressed. And also I try to match up with the facility. So I know how to do it, but I have no kind of available tools. So I check with the ITU that our students have the rights to use the ChatGPT, but inside the campuses, okay? They can go to the computer lab or somewhere is a particular desktop for them to run it, use it. For us, being a teachers, that we can use it in our office, okay? On our desktop so easily. So I tell them. So in my questionnaire or during my in-depth interview, I will show it. You can do this, you can do that. Okay. Now, what are the impacts? What do you think about the positive effects, negative effects? Okay. After you use it. Okay. But some of the colleagues may say that Chami, no need to teach them. They will do it. They are genius actually. So the new generations not so doubt they will do it by themselves. But at least I show them this is the official tools, okay, so everyone can access it easily. So I run this kind of interview through this step. So if they say that I would like to experience it, then that's good. I can include them as one of the potential interviewee, right? But if they say no, I'm not interested. I think it is totally unethical. Just finish this interview then. So they have the option to choose. So after I go through this interview, okay, what kind of feedbacks that they can give it to me. Right, it's just very preliminary. Don't expect that it's just a few response. Actually, I supervise 30 undergraduate final year's capstone project. It's a lot, okay? So they have feedback, okay? Here is all in English. The rest is in Chinese, I'm sorry, I just hired. So I got 30, so the response rate is quite good. I got about half done, 15 students, okay, got a feedback for me. Most of them are based on the idea generation. Some of them may be a little bit hesitant, okay? Oh, if I use this, copy the whole thing, I will be fail. Very honest student, I like him. So they find it a supporting role, yeah, like this. So, so some of them, they think that is how can it relate it to the lifelong learning? It is the second part of my study. I will show you why, okay? Because nowadays, just mentioned, there's an extra 8,000, okay, fund being injected by the government to encourage all the local people to join these the IT-related training programs. Okay, so positive effects, negative effects, a lot of written in Chinese. I'm afraid I haven't included. Okay, later on, when I finish all the study, I would like to publish it in a journal. Light went what she did, very good. Okay, to share my thoughts with other scholars. So now. Okay, because the lifelong learning, okay, right? My college, actually, we did it, okay? Luckily, I was invited to do this project with the university in Hangzhou, okay? So in the past, I pretty enjoyed it, similar to when. I really like to, have the face-to-face in-class teaching with my students. You see, they sit so properly, very attentive. I really miss that kind of good time in the past. But during COVID, you see, the reason for me to take this picture is because no students. Okay, they can choose, they can opt for whether they come back or not, but definitely, especially in the early morning class, no one will come. So I just pretty lonely. And then later on, I have prepared a MOOC, okay, like a micro-credential. Still remember that slide? So here, when I go through those social media, there's the micro-credential. Because micro-credential is a little bit different from MOOC. MOOC is the open online courses, but whether they have the credit is important because approved by the HKCAVQ. So later on, I'm sure all of the university, okay, may in Hong Kong, I'm sure they will, try to, prepare more MOOC course and then to have the credit bearing. So later on, I'm sure you see that is the AI Chami.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
In this chapter, we will learn about the development history of Hong Kong's hotel industry.
Yeah, so just the one sentence. No time, right? Yeah, okay, so I know. So this is the 疏通X, okay, similar to edX, okay, but in Chinese we use this platform, 疏通X. Honestly, I can tell you, all this exercise is not prepared by me, it's AI. So the material, everything, what I need to know is in China, still they have a kind of feelings that they need kind of credibility of the university and a lecturer. So I was invited to do that. But perhaps in the future, my face will be totally, replaced by the robot. So this is the MOOC. I hope this is the future trend for the SDG 4 goals. Currently, we teach our undergraduate students what to do and to share our thought with the teachers. And later on, perhaps we have to cope with the challenge that internationally or nationally. 疏通X is very common, well accepted by a lot of college. So last but the most important is the acknowledgement. My BHM division, the RCGB for the crowd breaker and CPR, okay, for the MAX QDA software system sponsorship. Thank you. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lau. So coming up is a 10 minutes panel discussion. Please do not hesitate to ask any questions.
Thank you very much, for the presentation. I have a quick question for Dr. Shi about the data that you shared with us earlier on. The 5 examples that you showcase, the more positive. more engaging student in terms of the progress that you have reported. I just wonder, in your data collection, have you actually encountered the tail end of the data that you have collected, i.e. the student is less engaging or do not find the platform experience enhancing their learning experience? If so, what's your comment on that differences in terms of the student engagement in the online teaching and learning? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Roger, for the question. Actually, even out of the 4, there's one student who actually from the beginning till the end still didn't quite get the gist of writing a literary criticism. So one of them actually did not just improve as much, but still in the conversation we had, because it's actually a small class, so it was like 13 students. That's probably also the reason why I was able to cater to their need and have everyone in an individual kind of essay consultation. So from my observation, well, for example, one of them that I interviewed said something like, usually I would not go back and read my essay at all, but because of this setting, I have to meet my teacher in a Zoom consultation, so I actually went back and checked everything. So that's actually he is actually a low motivation student, but he actually was forced to do something just for that essay consultation. So I think, I think most students in that, I was lucky enough to have a small group of students. So most students in that group actually witness progress. So, but I'm not sure about like a much bigger class, or even if I could afford the time, if it were a bigger classroom setting. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. May I have questions for the 2 speakers as well? Because the teachers are very busy daily, and then you 2 show good examples of how technology or Padlet, Zoom support us. From your perspective, what would be your advice to colleagues who are too shy to ask for technical support or co-authorship? Because in our community, we encourage our colleagues to join conferences, to apply for research fundings, to create better communities to work. So you 2 are role model and show us good examples. So what are the tips for taking the courage to step out and then take up new tools and then design research and also educational research for your case? Because you are a specialist in some discipline already. You can just publish based on your major discipline instead of having cross-disciplinary collaboration or educational research publication. So would you mind sharing some of your feelings or experience? Yeah, thank you.
I think research is a very important kind of foundation for teaching, because they keep changing every day. So we need to keep ourselves updated. And then it is well motivated. I was well motivated because I think it is my job, my duty. I need to, answer the question for my students. Okay? If they just ask me how to do it, okay, well, what I can do, what's the source of information, I cannot say, I don't know. At least I need to check, right? So when I go through all those information, I think it is very interesting. Okay, so I would like to do some research. Okay, so and also luckily I sit next to Eric. So his office is just next to my office. Somehow we have some back-to-back work attitudes, because sometimes he stay late, I stay late, just, don't stay too late, go back home, like that. So I think it is the kind of mutual support, okay? So, and also sometimes I will talk to my professor, my supervisor, okay, and then to see whether there's anything I can do for him, okay. So unfortunately, he's going to retire very soon, but still we have so bonding, because our foundation is research, right? Yeah, so we have that kind of blood inside. Yeah, so I think it is very important. Okay, the first thing is our daily work, the motivation, because we need to tackle the student inquiry. Yeah, and then we figure out the way, and then supported by the colleagues, okay, next to us, like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my case was I was so set in the idea that I'm a literary scholar, so I'm only gonna study literature. So that was like the first 2 years of my like post PhD. It's actually very hard, as you know, how to publish. I'm trying and I'm succeeding here and there, but at the same time, I think I do have a lot of questions. I'm very passionate about education and teaching and learning. So I do find a lot of questions that I can't quite solve. That's like on a daily basis. For example, now we have AI, and as I said, I have a lot of existential crisis as a person who works with words, right? So I have a lot of questions. So in order to just answer those questions, I started to kind of produce. Actually this can become like a research question or research questions that can guide me and drive me to do more. So that's one thing. Another thing is Eric. I did not know that a lot of materials around me, like my experience of teaching, so it used to be like teaching and research, they're two separate avenues, but now I kind of see them as they inform each other, and the research can make me a better educator, and being an educator can also, provide a lot of valuable questions. So I encourage students, I encouraged our colleagues to also engage in more research. It's actually fun to do as well. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lau and Dr. Xin, moderators, for your help. So thank you all. We now have 20 minutes break, and you're welcome to enjoy the refreshment outside the venue. Meanwhile, don't forget to enjoy the carefully designed poster presentations at the lift lobby by our students and also research personnel. Please take a few moments to enjoy the poster and ask some questions or leave comments by scanning the QR codes on the posters.
Please welcome Dr. Paul Miller, CEO, Video Enhanced Observation, who will deliver a workshop titled Connecting Learning Theory and Practice Through VEO with AI to Assist Human Learning Processes. This session will be around 60 minutes and including a 5-minute Q&A session. Dr. Miller, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to share what we've been doing at VEO with you and to really talk about some of the wider issues that we were looking to address when we came up with VEO, but also some thoughts for the future in terms of how AI and EdTech can support learning and also preparing people for. So yes, my name is Paul Miller. I'm the CEO of VEO, and this is a business that we span out of Newcastle University, and it was developed based on specific problems that we were really looking to solve at Newcastle University. And we were doing a lot of training work, a lot of education consulting from Newcastle to large numbers of schools in West Africa, specifically in Ghana. And so really I would just like to talk through what those problems really entailed, how we kind of saw them, the steps we took to try to resolve them, and then how out of that we were able to develop a learning platform, a learning solution that's now being used for several other areas. And as part of that, what I will do is demonstrate how the system works, as that's gives the clearest indication of what I'm actually talking about. And then beyond that, I'd like to open up the discussion to thoughts around AI that we've introduced into the system, and like I say, future considerations. Okay then, so So, as I briefly described, at Newcastle University, we were looking to consult with and train thousands of teachers in school systems in Ghana. So these were teachers working in quite poor and low-income environments with very little resources, and who actually had very little training of their own. And so we were coming at this and thinking, well, how can we introduce something to them that's going to help them improve their practice? And as we were kind of thinking about the context and also thinking about our own background, we were coming to understand that this learning that we were seeking to drive really was occurring in quite a complex environment. So multiple different stakeholders like teachers, different types of pupils from all different backgrounds, teachers with very different backgrounds to our own, but also taking place in a culture that was different, with some shared values, obviously, but really quite a diverse set of motivations, goals, and actually needs at all those different levels. So pulling all of those things together, you get quite a messy picture. So really what we were aiming to do was to pull together some training that could really align the interests, the motivations, and the practices so that we could improve learning in the system. What we came to find as we went through this process, though, that really agency of teachers, of the parents, of the pupils was very important. That we simply couldn't pose something from a European culture or a UK culture onto a West African school system. So really, we were sort of trying to bridge that gap, cultural gap, but also at the same time give practical support to the guys on the ground who were doing fantastic work teaching kids. Okay, so this just picture here gives you an indication of what we tried to do first. Quite a non-technical solution, but it was a solution to delivering training to many thousands of teachers. So what we will do was organize a huge, large-scale training session, where teachers would travel in from across Ghana, so journeys taking multiple hours, and then as they were all educators, we would divide them into groups, do things like demonstrate teaching practice, and then have them do their own micro teaching. So to demonstrate, having teachers demonstrate other things to each other and doing quite a lot of peer learning. And so, this is a kind of typical view of what that might look like across the day, taking place in one of the biggest buildings in the local area, which was a half-built church at that time. So yeah, we got a lot of engagement from this. You can see in the pictures just how much people were getting involved. They were learning new teaching techniques. They'd never really had training before, and they'd never really had the opportunity to share what they do with colleagues from different parts of the country. So I guess as a result of this, what we found was that, and when we evaluated the training, actually we got a really fantastic response, and we had amazing feedback with people just saying how much they'd enjoyed it and appreciated it. So we then started to dig a bit deeper, though. So we were investigating this on the basis of what's called the Kirkpatrick model for evaluating training. So, and this works in a kind of pyramid. So first of all, do you get a good reaction? So effectively, do people enjoy the training? So we got an answer yes there. Level 2, have people actually learned something from the training? Well, we kind of thought so because we could see people sharing ideas. But I guess maybe more importantly, well, certainly more importantly, does this actually change any behavior later on when the teachers go back to their classrooms and might start to implement new teaching techniques? Is any behavior changed? And ultimately, what is the result of that? So what we found is that when we went to, what we found when we went back into the school systems and we had great access to the schools, we were able to go in and observe what was going on. When we went in and observed afterwards, we found that this huge training system that we developed hadn't really had much impact at all on the teachers' behaviour in the classroom, so what they were actually doing. And really, when we evaluated it, we understood that actually, yes, the teachers enjoyed it. Of course they did, because they'd never really had any training before. But ultimately, when they went back into the classroom, what they were doing was facing the problems ahead of them there and then, and they were using the techniques that they'd grown up with. And so it would take more than just training sessions to prove certain practices and move it closer to where what was desired. Okay, so what we tried next, the images hasn't do that, but what we tried next was actually, through these observations, going around all the schools and understanding that actually we hadn't changed practice too much. What we tried to do was go around and actually just capture some video of some of the good things that were happening in the classroom, because we did know actually there was a lot of really valuable and fantastic work going on by the teachers who developed their own techniques independently, and who were taking it upon themselves to improve practice for the teachers. So what we started to do was just to capture some of these techniques on video. So just go around and record either with an iPad or a phone some fantastic behavior techniques, some really good kind of group work techniques and things like that, with the goal of them sharing that with the wider community of Ghanaian teachers. So this is back in 2015, and we were able to do that in a very rudimentary way through YouTube. But actually, it did then get a really fantastic response. What we found was that actually, when teachers see somebody else in their own context using a technique or trying a technique, then actually at that point, they can believe that they themselves can do it. But also if they see the video of actually the consequence, what are the consequences of that technique? What, if I try group work in my classroom, for example, I'm going to see that actually it doesn't cause complete chaos, and I can see that my role as a teacher is enhanced, and more children are going to be learning. So actually seeing that gave the belief that teachers could try these new techniques. So from there, we really understood the value of video for understanding practice. And from that, what we wanted to do was make that as easy as possible to build on and to learn from, so that people could share that practice and continuously improve together. So the key innovation that we came up with at that time, and we're going to show you this soon in the demonstration, but like I said, the key innovation that we came up with was to be able to tag key moments within video. So using grants from Newcastle University, we were able to develop a prototype, and we kind of understood that the video was really, really valuable, and it showed a beautiful picture for the teachers, but actually sometimes it was kind of cumbersome because you might have to watch the whole video. But what we really wanted to do was to enable teachers to pick out key moments where they're showing some really good practice so that you can jump straight to them, making it as easy as possible and creating that kind of light bulb moment around what was going on in the video. So what I will do then now is just share my screen, share my view of the solution that we ultimately came up with. So this is my login to VIO. And as I say, we developed this platform off the back of the challenge we were facing in training several thousand teachers in West Africa. But very soon, as you can see, once we developed the platform, it was taken to multiple different sectors and contexts. So we do a lot of work now in medical training, where people can record themselves and tag what their strengths and areas for improvement. But likewise, it can be used for presentations, but also back for its original use in teacher education and teacher training as well. So I think what I'll do is to help you understand that better from more than just from my description is now just to go through and demonstrate what that looks like in practice. So first of all, if we can imagine it's a large school system or education system, and you've got several people all able to log on and upload their videos. It's very easy to just do it by clicking that, and I can select the file and upload it. So lots of people capturing themselves in classroom or in their context, performing within their profession. So they can capture that, upload it very simply. And at this point here, the video is going to appear here. So as I say, imagining a large scale school system of the type we work with, and I'm a teacher that's uploaded this video here. Okay, so what I would want to do here is play the video back. Okay, and I would like to just tag this video. Okay, so just to describe how, rather than just watch the video of myself back to understand what I've been doing, I can also tag key moments within it according to set framework. So if I click on new tag session here, I'm going to select a tag set, and then I can start tagging. Okay. So if I press play, this is just a video of a classroom scenario in the US, a maths lesson a primary maths lesson in the US. But as a teacher, what I might want to do is watch this back and understand, evaluate my performance, and look at things that I've done well and things that I might have done better. So I've got the sound off, so it's not competing with my voice at this point, but you can
design challenge, a little STEM challenge where we're going to
walking away and starting the lesson. So what you might want to do is just go in and click on teacher talk, watch it back and think, well, at this point, I'm giving a good description. So I'm going to click plus here, and then we can see on the right-hand side of the screen that has timestamp tagged that moment. And so with a positive, so I think that's a good point. So what I can do as I watch myself back, I can go ahead and tag things that I've done well, but actually I might be able to tag things that I haven't done so well as well. So maybe I think I could be better organized here, so I'm going to give myself a minus point. So I can just kind of do this self-evaluation, but also picking out the things, like I say, I'm doing well and not so well, that I can then learn from in future. So I'm just going to put a few tags in now just to demonstrate how that might look. So in terms of questioning, maybe ask a question here. Because the interesting thing is, we're not just adding in our reflections here. We're actually creating data points that can create in themselves quantitative feedback or quantitative information in terms of how well we think we've done in this episode. Okay, so I'm just going to put a few tags in here just to see what that might look like in practice. All right. And like I said, the other thing we could do with this is actually go in and have a look at what the pupils are doing. So as a teacher, when I'm teaching, I may not have the ability to give my full attention to every group or every individual child as I'm teaching, because I'm so busy thinking about the content of my lesson. But actually on review, it's helpful to me to understand a bit better my children's reaction to what's going on. Tags in that reflect that. The other thing I can do is add text comments against any of these tags as well. So if I go in here and I say, well, this was a good question that I asked, so I'm just going to leave a comment here. So I'm just going to say this. Oh, it catches up. This was a great pause. Okay. And I'm going to, as well as tag it as a positive open question, I can actually describe why that was so. So in doing that, I'm also brought back to that point in the video, so I can actually see the question, I can see the results of it alongside my understandings of it. Okay. Likewise, at this point, I could be looking at the group, and I could say something like, "Ask here, discussion." Okay. And then what we've found is that teachers do quite a lot is, because this is a collaborative system, if they tag something with a minus point, something they feel like they want to improve, but maybe they don't know how, they could ask the question here, well, my class was a bit disorganized, but I'm not sure what else I could do. So they could just ask the question, what could I do differently here? And then I could share this video with my colleagues on the system, and they could go in and respond to that. I'll demonstrate how that works later as well. The other areas where we can add our impressions or give feedback onto this video are through these metrics here. So we've got this bar at the top, engagement. So this is my view on how engaged the pupils are all the way through. So I can move this up and down according to how engaged I think. And this is going to, again, give me a line graph on top of the video, which again will direct me towards the strengths and areas or the moments where things were going well and what I was doing compared to the moments where things weren't going so well. And the other thing I can do is look at the actual, for example, how much time was the teacher talking compared to things like work or classwork. And again, this is going to come back with a pie chart of those stats. So I'm just doing this for an example and not being totally having it. The other thing to mention on this is that all of these tags are completely customizable. So any of these can be created into different sets or different frameworks that we can use to evaluate different videos. And I'll show you later on one that we use in quite a different context in the medical trainings. Okay, then, so once I'm finished and I'm happy with how I've tagged the video, what I can do there is save the tags. Okay, so I click on Save Tags. Right. What I can do now then is just go down to how I've tagged this and view the timeline of that. So if I play the video back now, I'm now able to jump to those key moments, which have become learning points. So it's beyond having this 11-minute video, actually we've got 11 tags or 11 key moments that I can jump to time and again and reflect on, and I can see the comments against any of those. Okay. The other point to make is that, again, this is interactive. So I asked a question here about my organization, and I said, what could I do differently? So if I had shared this video with a colleague, I could then respond to that and give some advice here. So I could perhaps, good. Obviously, I'm responding to myself here, but given that this is a social platform, if I shared this, then anyone else who receives the video could respond to that. So what we've seen from this is multiple teachers working together, often across kind of country and state boundaries, to share practice and to give feedback to one another. So that way we can build that kind of ecosystem of people learning together. Okay. So as well as being able to jump to these key moments, what the tags have done, like I say, is also generate key statistics, quantitative statistics on top of the qualitative video. So in terms of the tags, I can actually see a profile of my strengths and areas for improvement. So I can see that I tagged 4 positive questioning moments compared to 2 negative class management moments. So here it's a clear and obvious indication that these are my strengths, and something that I want to work on is my class management. Likewise, the engagement slider, which we have here, that I was moving up and down, I could see that early on the class was going well, and I thought a lot of the children were engaged, but maybe later on, just after 1.5 minutes, they weren't so engaged. So I can click to that point there in the video. And again, just think about and reflect on what was what was happening at those moments as well. So always just to assist the reflection process, but also other people can tag the video if I shared it with them, so that it allows people to introduce feedback into the system. That reflection and feedback is all based on the practice, and we can see what was happening. So it's not just from that black box of memories that you had, that memory of the lesson. I can't quite remember what I was doing when I was teaching because I was quite stressed at the time, or I was thinking about 3 or 4 different pupils at once. The picture I have is different to then this actually really clear video of what was going on in the lesson. And like I say, I'm able to jump in and get to those key moments as I want to. So the other stat I can just see is in terms of the focus, particularly used very often in teacher training, is just looking at how much time spent with the teacher talking compared to things like group work or whole class work. Again, any of these tags can be made to be completely customizable and reflect different scenarios. So I'm just going to show you a different video that we have in quite a different context, where we work with Great Ormond Street Hospital in London, and they do a lot of basic skills training for medical practice. So things like learning how to hand wash, learning how to give an injection, all these key but basic skills that any nurse or medical practitioner needs to demonstrate. So here, for example, we have a video of someone washing their hands, a much simpler context, but I can then tag this video. Okay, so I have a hand washing tag set here. If I start tagging there, I can see here that my tags are very different, and I can now watch this person wash their hands, and I can tag when they are hitting. So okay, now I'm going into the 7 steps. So at this point, I can tag when I can see them doing these different hand washing techniques. So these are basic skills, but it's obviously critical that any nursing practitioner or medical practitioner is able to do this and does this with very kind of regularity, without thinking. So I guess the other things to show are just so at the end of it, I can show out of all of these steps whether I've completed them. So I just save those there. Now, when we review it, you can see we've tagged all of these points. Okay. When we look at the statistics, I've done 2 out of 2 of the preparation steps, only 5 out of 7 of the hand washing. So if I go to hand washing, I can see which ones I've done and which ones I've missed. So that then allows me to take another video, practice again, and practice makes perfect, so that you can ultimately ensure that you're taking all of the steps every time. Okay, so quite a different context, but really, again, that the power of the video on top of the quantitative tagging is really effective for driving that change, driving that learning. Just a couple of other things to show you in terms of a couple of the features that we have. So we can actually compare, compare how this video has been tagged at different points. So I've tagged it now, and I can compare it to how someone else has tagged the video. Yes, I can tell how this person has tagged the video. Okay, and so I can see how Matt and I have tagged this differently. So again, this is just another way of illuminating practice and understanding different perspectives on them. So it shows, what different reviewers are picking up on. Okay then. So I guess those are the key features of the system, really what I want to emphasize is thinking about how this has become a more effective solution than some of the large-scale training that we were trying to implement, and how the technology has really taken this forward. So, and again, thinking about how that aligns with learning theory in ways that aren't necessarily possible without the technology. So first of all, learning from shared experience, what we found to be very effective is that teachers and professionals are able to record themselves and share that with their colleagues, either reflecting on themselves, on their own performance, or getting feedback. And this collaborative approach has been very powerful in driving change. But not only that, this comes back to the work of Dewey, who wrote about an education system based on experience, in terms of people learn most effectively from experience, from what they do. So if we can superpower that and give tools that really accelerate that learning through, direct that learning through experience, then that will be really powerful and has been quite transformative in terms of some of the people we've seen use the VO system. Secondly, VO takes advantage of using qualitative video and quantitative data points that are left in terms of reflections and feedback. And so when we see these things together, that really provides a powerful medium for reflection and feedback. And we're really using the strengths of both. And now again with developments in technology, so not just social platforms, but adding in data onto video, what that does is really empower the understanding of what's happened in certain scenarios. And as I say, all this promotes reflection and feedback as key tools within an education system. So by giving the tools to reflect, to give feedback efficiently and effectively, and not just based on memory of the situation, but actual concrete evidence through video and quantitative data, that really allows those two key tools in the armory of learning systems to be promoted and used effectively. And finally, what the system itself does through the video and through that data is allow people to show and demonstrate continuous development and improvement at the individual level, but also at the group or system level as well. So the next step of what I'd like to show you relates to some of the developments that we've introduced to the system, starting a couple of years ago and continuing through to now. So obviously really pertinent in terms of how education systems or how learning systems are looking to leverage AI for the benefit of their learners, but also for teachers and systems. So it is a very obviously interesting topic, and one which can often be approached, certainly here in the UK, with some bit of trepidation and fear. But I would argue it's really about how the AI is. So this image here, I've got, like I say, the AI acting as all these ones and zeros acting as the eye, could appear, like I say, quite scary, but where we've deployed AI into our own system seeks to leverage its advantages while still retaining that human agency, human purpose that we talked about at the start. So yeah, let me again jump back to the VO system and demonstrate how this is being used, or how this has been implemented, and what we do to really assist the reflective and feedback processes that I mentioned. So I'm just going to jump back into the example of this maths lesson here. Okay, and so one area that I didn't demonstrate earlier was this highlight that we have beneath the video. So if I expand this out, what we have here, and hopefully you can see that relatively well, is a series of timelines with feedback that's automatically being generated by our AI bots. So this currently is all driven from a transcript of the video, but the system has picked out key features. So, for example, every time a question is being asked, I'm able to click on these questions and get to those. So obviously a key part of teaching and learning is how we ask questions. So a teacher could go back and review how well they thought they were answering the questions at any one time, or asking the questions at any one time. And the other thing we can look at is this speaker bar, which gives us an indication of who was speaking when. So jump to moment.
You guys are going to be given a challenge.
Talking,
we're going to do an engineering design challenge.
Compared to when
side of the square or shape. If you built the fence around it.
So we can start to see the interaction patterns within the lesson. So in terms of the AI, this is really, like I say, being driven from the transcript. And if you click on this insights button here, the speaker bot created this speaker possession graph for us. So we can see on the top right that speaker B, the teacher, was speaking for nearly 90% of the time, whereas the children were speaking for around just over 10% of the time. So the interesting thing is that this quite black and white feedback, and it's not being judgmental at this point. We can also see from the AI the top keywords that we use throughout the lesson. So this is a primary maths lesson looking at topic of area and that kind of thing. So we can actually see that although the teacher was talking a lot, that the words used are very topic specific. So words like perimeter feature very highly. And I can click on the word perimeter and jump to every time that word was used. So if I really want to drill down into the interaction and how these keywords are being described, I can evaluate that. I can look at how a pupil might use and interact with the word perimeter. Okay, but if I want to as well, I can view the entire transcript and watch that back as it goes. Okay, so really though, what we're seeing here is this feedback being used to, again, provide that black and white feedback on what's happened in concrete terms, so that we can then go back in ourselves as the human reviewer and start to evaluate and make our own judgments on that. So, for example, speaker possession, were we happy that I was speaking for 90% of the time, and it may be that was the plan, or maybe she'd spoken more than she'd really wanted to. Again, with the top keywords, these seem to be all on track, but what about if all these top keywords were related to behavior management or totally off topic? Then that's something I could. So what we have seen with our AI is for this to be very valuable at the individual level for really empowering that reflective feedback process, but also that is being combined at systems level as well, so that we can start to see across groups of teachers, for example, how much people are speaking, how much teachers across the system are and to talk, or the numbers of questions asked across multiple different teachers, and also the types of questions. But again, it's very kind of black and white data that we can then build our own judgments from and create our own plans of action from. So that's what we have now. The next steps that we see in terms of our AI is to be able to do this with images and video as well. So actually for a video like this, where it relates to a basic skill, to have the AI go in and tag those basic steps by recognizing the movement. So this will be the next level in what we do, as well as adding in additional feedback, additional granularity in terms of feedback we give on types of questions, the responses to questions, things like language use within a classroom language, English compared to Mandarin or Chinese or Cantonese, or any valuable information for the context. And the models are there that make it relatively easy for new types of automated feedback to be introduced into the system according to demand. So on that, what I would like to do then is just think about how this AI, and understanding that we're really at the beginning of the journey of AI, how in the near term we might use that to enhance education. So AI to prompt reflection feedback is the position we're at with VIO, and we feel very strongly that there's a clear, valuable use case here because of the neutral feedback that we can request from the AI, that we can be confident that the technology is able to give that feedback in a reliable way. And then, since we're in the business of supporting teachers and learners who have their own agency, who have their own minds to shape the reflection and feedback that we're supporting for them, is paramount and is the end goal in that deployment of AI. The next step for us, as I say, was AI to predict the accuracy of actions. So simple key actions like washing hands, checking a pulse, for example, but where there are some certain specific steps that AI can be confident can recognize, can be trained to recognize well, and then provide us very rapid feedback. And really, they're enhancing efficiency of learning and understanding across large-scale systems. The other area where we've seen AI deployed quite effectively in education is in terms of curriculum planning, but also personalized learning journeys for individual students who are completing tasks online, for example. And here, if we can see that there's a clear end goal, then we can start to see that might work well. The next steps, where I don't think we're quite there yet with the AI or certainly any published AIs, is AI to evaluate action. And I guess this is an area where, in more complex scenarios like the teaching or like the classroom where we've seen before, there are multiple different perspectives there in terms of what is good or bad or effective teaching. So one person viewing that video from a certain cultural outlook might think it's good, another might have another viewpoint from a different cultural outlook might have problems with it. So then how can we ask the AI to make value judgments when there are a diverse set of value judgments coming back from humans as well? Likewise, even within the classroom, there are the perspectives of the teacher, the students. Outside of the classroom would be the perspective of the head teacher, and then up and up the scale. So some really interesting questions there around, if we allow AI to make our judgments for us, how far do we take that into values, if we're still thinking that an education system that's effective is growing our pupils, growing our teachers, and developing their own sense of agency. So that is the point where I think we have some interesting conversations and developments in the future. Okay then, so I'm going to stop finish now, and very happy to take any questions or comments, and really thank you for your attention and
Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you.
Any question for Paul? Any? And Paul, I'm the moderator of your section. I think your talk is quite stimulating in the sense that you're using the AI to assist to test to detect some human learning process. In your example, you're using a setting of several 20 students sitting in the room. But by the way, do you have using a very large scale lecture? Because it could have much more impact, because somehow in less than 20 students, more or less, we cannot see the power of AI. If several hundreds in a lecture, there could be many interaction, and then somehow even we have several teaching assistants. We can't do this. Can you test your system in a large lecture setting?
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. So what we were able to do is capture video from that lecture setting, and we do work with lots of universities on that basis. So what that will do is pick up the sound and video from the perspective of the camera, and we'll still be able to give all of that really strong feedback. What will be even more interesting maybe in where your question's going is around if we could have several microphones around the room, we could capture conversations across all of the students, and then what the AI would do would be able to analyze those transcripts, pull them together, and pick out trends in terms of where discussions were going. So yeah, I think that in our system that's not quite there yet, but that will be an excellent direction and provide some really interesting scalable feedback. So I think that's the key point that you're referring to is the ability for this technology to operate and give insight at scale.
Thank you. Any other question from the floor and also online?
Yes, you are typing in questions in the chat room. Perhaps, Paul, I would like to ask another question. So I think that would be a relevant question for project coordinators or project principal investigators who are interested in your program, because out there may be other competitors out there, video tagging platforms having similar features. So Paul, would you like to share with us a little bit more about your program? What would be your USP? So we facilitate researchers like us who are interested in pedagogic research, classroom interactions, and to train teachers, for example, to really help us focus more on the interactional features.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. So really, one of the first things to say on that is that the VO was born out of looking at those very same problems and very same questions that you might have. So all of the features have been designed carefully such that it meets those kind of needs. The other area of USP that we have that is very strong is just related to the design of the interface, and for this to be made as a really simple and easy to use program that anyone can use. So you'd be aware that if you're working in a classroom or a lecture hall, the last thing you want to be worried about and thinking about is the technology. So ours has been designed to work with any video input and any sound input as well. And we have with some of our competitors, their systems tend to look a lot more like a kind of video editing suite, which has lots of complex buttons and settings that teachers and researchers don't really have the time to learn and to mess around with. So that's seen us work on some quite high-profile projects ahead of other competitors, which have been much more heavily funded in the past.
Okay, thank you so much.
And sorry, I guess the other unique thing is that flexible tagging system that we have. I haven't seen it the same way in other systems either.
I see. Yeah, so I know that you've been working with Professor Steve Walsh for a while in the projects that involve like classroom interactional competence. So before we end this workshop, perhaps you would like to share a little bit more about how you, as the platform provider, work with researchers like Steve or like researchers like us.
Yeah, of course, I'd love to. Yeah, so with Steve and for example, it could be for yourselves as well. We work with them to design a project where we were interested in gathering data and understanding things like classroom practice in lots of different settings. And then they would put in a proposal for that project, and within that would be a quote for using VO across that project. But for example, with Steve, we worked with universities in 5 different countries, and we were comparing teaching practice across those and interaction across those 5 different settings. And so there's some really valuable data and information that could be gathered and then shared using VO. And the results write-up was made all the easier as well through the tag providing that data. So given our experience, and obviously researchers know how to write their own projects, but we're very happy to support the VO part, technology part, and the writing of that, but also give quotes so that we can really build the corpus of data that's been able to be gathered through VO. Great.
I think there is a project, report at British Council by Steve on SetVO. So participants online and on-site, if you're interested in Professor Steve Walsh project on SetVO, you are welcome to find the publications on our library databases or your library databases. Okay, so once again, would you please give another round of applause to Dr. Paul Miller. So thank you so much for your sharing. So I'll now pass the floor back to the DMCs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Paul, for this very informative and practical workshop. Thank you, moderators. You can now return to your seats. Okay, so...
thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our appreciation, we now have a lucky draw for on-site participants. Eric, please.
Okay. So remember this morning when you registered for the conference, you left us with your names. So I would like to use a random lucky draw. So we have 5 prizes for today. So we have 3 runner-ups, second runner-ups, and 1 first runner-up, and the big winner for today. And I don't know what the prizes are actually. I forgot. Okay, so we will have the small prizes first. Okay, small but valuable. So what is the noise all about? Oh, Julia is very kind that she will give away her gift for the next winner. Okay. So let's have another round of draw without the noise. Rainier. Okay, Rainier is not present at the moment, so she's also very kind to give away her prize. So let's see. I think it will take forever. So Alex is also joined us during lunch, but again, she's also giving away his prize. So we'll keep drawing until we have our first lucky person. Roger. Upstairs. So maybe we, yeah. So I don't think I have my name on it. So yeah, to be fair, but I think I saw my name. Franco is also very busy. So let's not tell him. Welcome, Logan. Logan actually sent us an email this morning saying that he will visit us in person, but I believe he's online right now. So let's say hi to Logan. So I think he keeps going on and on and on and on and on. Raymond also joined us this morning. So when are we going to have our first? Emily? Yes, finally we have our first lucky person. So shall we please invite Dr. Esther Tong, Director of CPCECPR, to present our nice gift to Emily. So please. Thank you so much. So let's see who our next lucky. Celine, are you still at the registration counter? So we'll let her know that she won the prize, but she's also very kind to give away her gift. Mr. Xiao Xie. Okay. So we'll keep drawing until we have our lucky Chemi. So we would also like to thank you for your very inspiring talk today. So would you please come over to get a prize from Dr. Esther Tong.
Thank you.
So let's keep going. Yeah, so we also have a souvenir for you.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll keep drawing until we have our next winner. Hollywood, thank you. So Svetlana, oh, she's already left, okay. I saw my name. Phoebe is also teaching. So we've got a very busy schedule. So once again, I thank you a lot for, for joining us today. And Nick also just left. So yeah, what a pity. Emil also left after lunch. Who's that? It must be me. So little. And then, oh! So we better not let him know. Okay, Catherine. Catherine joined us in the afternoon, but I guess she's also got some, teaching duties today. Gam Tang as well. I hope it doesn't take forever. Annan as well. Kimberly as well. No, Kimberly's just left. Zhou Huiling. Okay. Helen. Raymond. I just saw Noble's name. And this means this morning. Oh, Geeta! Congratulations, Geeta. And when you see this name list, actually, it means today we have got a lot of on-site participants. So this is an achievement. I thank you, all of you, for your effort.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. Miss Guo. Okay, no Miss Guo. So we've got 2 more prizes left, which is like visually bigger. Not sure whether it's more valuable.
Eric, your chances are getting better.
Yes, I know, Edmund. Okay. Lucky last, but the biggest prize. Pat's just left. Upstairs. Victor, Dr. Victor Ho. It would be great to have some of your good advice after getting this biggest prize from us.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Esther Tong, for presenting the prizes to our winners for Lucky Draw.
Thank you, Esther, and thank you, Eric. We would like to have your feedback for today's sessions. Would you please spend a few minutes filling in the feedback survey? You can actually scan the QR code or just type in the web browsers in the URL shown on the screen. Is that the QR code?
QR code.
So the QR code and the link are also included in the Zoom chat room for our online participants.
A certificate will be sent to register attendees shortly after the conference. Speakers' presentation slides will be uploaded to the conference website by the end of this month.
Okay, thank you so much, honorable speakers and participants, for the valuable contributions and your active participation. We also appreciate everyone who registered and is attending. It's our great pleasure to have you all with us today, and we hope to see you tomorrow too.
The Saturday sections will begin at 9 a.m. featuring keynote speakers, PolyU EDC's Director, Dr. Julian Chen, and HKUST CEI's Director, Dr. Shan Ming, and plenary speakers, Dr. Benjamin Warhouse from HKBU, and our very own Dr. Adam Wong from the Division of Science, Engineering, and Health Studies.
Another highlight of tomorrow is the conversations with industry representatives, with CPCE's Dr. Jason Chen, MHJP, as the facilitator, and guest speakers Professor Emil Chan, Dr. Wendy Woon-Ming Lee, and Mr. Alex Hung MH. Surely a session not to be missed. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.